Okay. We are live. Let's open the mirror, let's begin. Let's get into chapter 12 of part 2. With you whom I never knew. Let's see where this goes, like the title says. Generally, no idea, but the front cover looks pretty interesting. That looks like the thing from chapter 90X. This is like in strangling like shadows. And yeah, these are like broken bits. This should reminds me of where Reimu was again in that fight. I'm sure you know the one I'm referring to. It was 90X, wasn't it? 90X part 2? Or was it chapter 9 part 2? Oh, I'm in chapter 9 part 2 actually. Let me just quickly check my phone or something. So remember, I post all like the stuff to myself as I go through it, so I can check pretty quickly. Thanks to the pins as well, which I have now sorted for the 90X all the way up to chapter 11 that we've done. So we'll be able to see things a lot easier when we're discussing or theorizing. Right. Chapter 9, right, I said? Yeah, it should be this. This is when the fight was, wasn't it? Yes, because this is with Corelli and stuff. And the Dragonkin's power, or as we know, it's to do with permanents and stuff again, isn't it? Or to do with Nahara. But, yeah, translations and stuff. I don't know if it's translation or localization when they use Dragonkin. Either way, I know in CN it's different. Not that I know the translation, I've just seen others talk about it, to be clear. Yeah, it was chapter 9 part 2. Oh. So, like, honestly, one of my favourite boss fights in the game? That's hard. Is it? It might have been. It was the gameplay and the storytelling. And the enemy we were fighting, like as much as I love Litos, and I loved still chapter 8, part 2. That boss fight in chapter 9, part 2 was, oh, it was so good. Yeah, it was really good. Oh yeah, and there's the Anchor of the Apocalypse. I wonder what this is. There's like a pinkish sky and shadowy. Very mysterious. Well, let's find out. As you all know, I love part 2. Oh, cool, we get a bit of a better image. Well, that's the new chapter's name, so we know it's not that. This is what the I know this should be to do with the chapter we're on. Because I remember seeing this when the chapter came out. Like, the image. But again, I'm going to stay mostly spoiler-free. Again, I'll only theorize and stuff that I definitely don't have answers for, or stuff I was focused on, even if I got spoiled. But I'm not going to speak on any spoilers, don't you worry. The only time I'll speak on a spoiler is once we reach a certain point, and then I'll admit if I got spoiled or not. If it even comes to needing to say. Luckily, thanks to the way miHoYo do their games, you can be spoiled half a chapter and still don't know half the other context, so that is the good thing about their games. Still, I hate being spoiled. But happy to always discuss and theorise, especially part 2. Happy to discuss, of course, part 1 and part 1.5 as well, but honestly, I definitely want some more part 2 discussions. There's so much good storytelling and lore in them. Not that the others don't have good parts in them too, that I also want to discuss and talk about. Eventually, once I'm caught up, I definitely do want to try and think, like, maybe not one stream a week, but maybe a month, where I just sit down, talk about lore, talk about some of my favourite parts of Honkai Impact 3rd, Honkai Impact 3rd, and want to really go on like a lore tangent. Looking at screenshots, talking about theories. I definitely want to set that up eventually. But to do that, we need to catch up again first. And also we do have our duty, my duty at least, to partly still, eventually get back to Honkai Star Rail and Genshin, because we are very far behind on those. Can't wait for Honkai Nexus Anima though, I'm telling you now, that'll be absolutely something I am excited for. Hello, Lusaka, welcome in. Let me just quickly do this. Oh yeah, that's fine. Let me check something, people. Just give a minute. Okay. Right. I want to see. Have I got the Is it in the quest thing? Yeah, the boss review. Can I go back? Oh, this boss. And me tossed as well, but I was a little disappointed, to be fair. I still love this. I love this fight. But this one. Ooh. Shadows of a Sunken Heart, Solitary Crown of. This was so good. Ceaseless shadows devour dying stars, and an endless night tints the lonely crown of God with cinders. This is such a good gameplay thing that I enjoyed. I'm going to be lurking mostly, but wanted to show support. Yep, I appreciate that, Lusaka. I am also going to be doing the same. You can review it? Wait, can you refight? I didn't actually check. Can you refight the boss? Let me just check. Can you refight this? Does it actually let you refight it? Oh, does it? Okay. Well, I didn't actually know that because I've never actually pressed a review before on these. That's good. Nice. I will definitely save this for another thing, but I love this fight so much. I guess I could do it, actually. I'm talking about it. It shouldn't take too long. Actually, it won't take that long. You know what? Yeah, go on. Let's see if I die immediately. I can continue the chapter after. Yeah. This was such a good fight. Hello, Coralie and Nana. Yeah, and the stuff with Layla. Indeed, company. Yeah, this one's definitely a tough one. Yeah, the Dark Lord, aren't you, Coralie? Not a literal one. Right, let's not forget the attacks. Use the jump key. God, I love this thing. This is just the first phase as well. I love things that like come out of rifts. And the Tower of Rainbow in the back. Such a symbolic fight. Dodge. It's so much easier now that I don't have to actually, you know, screenshot. Yep, slipped into another dimension. That I don't have to also screenshot all that text while also dodging. Yep, swap. Into the dimension where the shadow of the world is. Yeah, I've still got theories on this thing. And considering we also know this to do with, you know, Solitary Crown is the conclusion of perception, the will of shadow. Yes, this is about pulling strings as well. I do believe we'll get an answer though eventually. It makes sense to the will of shadow in chapter 3 of part 2 in Langchu and stuff. I've got an entire like theory thing wrote out for this thing. Specifically perception, the will of shadow. Yeah, now I've got to dodge all these. And follow the light to know where it is in the shadows. Nope. That's a trail. That one. Stealthy attacks. God. And the music. Yeah, honestly, this is one of my favorite. I mean, I guess the Deliverance fight with Kevin was really good. Yeah, I need to keep going forwards, not backwards. Nope, those are phantoms. There you are. Let's take a little bit of skill this fight. I agree there's some harder games, obviously, and I definitely can't do them. I've definitely died against this after all. But it's still quite difficult combat. I do love Honkai Impact 3's gameplay. Though I am still more a story enjoyer, as you all know. If you didn't know, you now do know. Right. That's first phase done. Now for phase 2. Yeah, brings out the blade. Just the cuts. And the slashes. But yeah, I love this thing because it's like a combination of oh, jump. It's a combination of like, oh, that's like a bit of a Sea of Data rift of it there, actually. Yeah, it did remind me of that. But yeah, it's a combination of like Litos, Nahara, and also, well, yeah, Perception, I guess. And a bit of Layla, considering the shadow stuff. If anyone doesn't know, is the god of night and the god of Loaxing at this point. Also known as god of Mars, but you know, Loaxing is the proper name for their civilization. We're definitely gonna die. Come on, get back some HP. Right, now for the difficult part, but also one of my favorite parts of the fight. Also, yeah, that with Layla. I still feel like it was feeding off her emotions. I do believe it's like a reflection of her, but I also... It's a bit like a mirror thing. Again, I've talked about it a bit in the past with theory on it. Move this to the side. And then really is nice to see Helia and Coralie obviously, you know, fighting again. Nice to give them a bit more focus. But obviously the story did that as well. I still find it weird they were able to fight this thing, but I already stated that before. Here we are. Yeah, I love the projection. Yeah, and the data flickering. Yep. Helia also called it the World Shadow, not just Coralie, so they're both onto that idea. Thanks, my darling. Very fitting. Okay, we're not at the favourite bit yet that I really enjoyed, but I did like the switch. Indeed, you've got to find her. And the ground here reminds me a lot of the Fallen Grave in Elysian Realm. Last Grave, I mean. Reminds me of it with the purple and the black. It also reminds me of like a shadow of like a planet, a dead planet, being of course Loaxing, Mars. Just such a symbolic fight that captures a lot of part 2. We will get on to chapter 12 after this. Just really wanted to show this fight. As it really is good. Yep, comes from behind it. Oh, switch. There we are. And I like the switching between the perspectives. That was so good. Dodge the streams. Well, this reminds me a bit of something in GGC with the path thing. That wasn't fun. Yeah. That reminds me a bit of a Genshin with the bishops. Yep, get into the rift. Yep, now they're next to each other. Separated again through the rifts. Yeah, this is it. This is the bit. Yeah, not time to attack yet. Just dodge on both sides. Jump. Thinking my I key's the jump button. Showing shadow and showing reality as well. I like that. They're both being a reality. Yeah. Gotta wait for it again. Yeah, and the attacks are different. You can see that side they're slashing, that side they're doing that. So it's not like a mirror image. Also, yeah, the beat of the music. It's got like holy hymns to it as well. Do they have another phase? Oh, yeah. Think so? Oh, I see. I defeated that side, defeated this side. Oh, I love the crystallizing of the shadows and the shards. They remind me of the space between the border between dreams and reality. The gap I mean. It's got very quantum-y shadow colours to it as well. Ah yes, the lasers. It is good they let you review the whole thing, or at least up to that point. That's cool. I didn't actually know you could fully fight the bosses again. I knew they were here and I thought you could click on it, but I didn't know how much it would show. That's good. Right, I'm sure I'll do Litos with that another time, because I've already done that. Let's get back to story. That's not the right button. No, that's the readables. Where is... There it is. So I'm obviously not going to go over everything, but last time we did, of course, 11EX, which was these 4 CGs here. I assure you, the Dragon and Traveller, Lucky 4-Leaf Clover, and Her Inner Voice. We learnt about Laquadar, which was very good. I really, really like the Laquadar lore. Always happy to learn more about civilizations even outside the solar system. That was a shocker. So unfortunately, it gets spoiled on that bit before I got to it, but it's fine. Oh, such a good chapter. But let's see what chapter 12 has for us. Yeah, this reminds me that this bit here saying kidnap note from the dragon, I will curse every single one of you, every last one of you. But the kidnap note from the dragon. There was something at the end of like chapter. Was it 10? No. 11? Or at some point, was I think it was 11, and we had a bit of a little moment at some point. It was something that I still don't have context for. Continue the main story, as long as it's taking me to the correct thing, yes. Okay, we're going back to the Dragon Ruins. I've always wanted to go back, so sure. Don't you dare pull me into chapter 13. Alright, so this is going to slide. It's been a week since arriving at D-Thing. Was Senator feeling unwell to quickly uncover the hidden crisis within the sector? Dreamseeker's party decides to help the Bailu Yuyon, who is also in D-Thing. Oh good! They didn't decide to make it scroll. I'm glad they went back. We can actually read it. Good. Alright. I don't have to read at the speed of sound. Which I still will fail. It's been a week. Okay, so it's been a full week since arriving at D-Thing. Yes. The Senadia feeling unwell. Yes, from the pain that basically heroes and sages and others. More painful than that, yes. From obviously her trying to embrace the cocoon of finality multiple times. As well as her trying to push back the sea's corruption. But Nahara's also warned her not to do that. For fair reason, but we'll see. I still want to see a bit more. But I kind of agree with Nahara more than what Senna's doing in some ways, but we'll see. So quickly uncover the hidden crisis within the sector. Yes, in the Dreamseeker system and the quantum computer. Yes. Dreamseeker's party decides to seek the help of Bailu Yuyon, who is also in D-Thing. Following a baffling chance encounter, the group discovers that their future mentor, yeah, because it's not her yet, and it's not Yuyon of Oxia, it's Yuyon of D-Thing. Sea of Data-like version, yeah. Not fallen through the rifts yet. Would they actually not fall through? Well, the disaster might still happen. Obviously, maybe people end up in Oxia. You know, the Sea of Data corruption rifts, and falling through the arrows. Following a baffling chance encounter, the group discovers that their future mentor is keeping something from them to break down Yuyon's inner barrier. Dreamseeker tells the story of her time with Professor Yuyon back in Oxia. Yep, she tries to basically, without saying too much about it being Yuyon, tries to encourage this Yuyon, thanks to, of course, the tender care and, you know, also how Yuyon was with Dreamseeker. She also let in that event, which was really nice, the Sea of Data Thesis Crisis. I enjoyed that one. With the data models and stuff. Different, like, versions of them, the models. That was good. Professor Yuyon teaches Dreamseeker the importance of bravely moving forward and places unwavering trust in Dreamseeker. After hearing the story, Yuyon makes a decision and invites the group to her secret laboratory, yeah, where she shares her studies. She shows all her work. You also got to like see what the past was as well. Went into like in the actual virtual history, you know, that actually happened. You got to see how she was kind of locked away and wasn't actually helped. And oh, that chapter was heavy. It was good though. I like Yuyon a lot as a character. She was worth the wait. I did wish we still met her in chapter 1 to some extent, but I really, really do like Yuyon as a character. Design's really cool too. Yes, unwavering trust. After hearing the story, Yuyon makes a decision and invites the group to her secret laboratory. After presenting her experimental data in its entirety, Yuyon breaks the news of the impending doomsday. Yeah, got some thoughts on that, but I'll see if the story brings it up first. The doomsday, which then the counter seemed to restart for some reason, which made it feel like someone's controlling the doomsday, or if it's waiting. Because it was supposed to happen, then it didn't. And then it did happen, because it said like out of nowhere, then everything was like destroyed, and it went on about a disaster. So no, it's interesting that we'll see. Presenting her experimental data in its entirety, yet the director, Yu-Yun breaks the news of the impending doomsday. Dreamseeker and the others believe her without hesitation. Having only endured constant criticism and doubt, Yu-Yun bursts into tears, letting out all of her grievances. Yeah, and Coralie may be laying on something a bit too heavy for her about being burned at the stake for revolutionary or, you know, heretic-like ideas. Because remember, that's what the chapter is called too, of atheists and stuff, because Yu-Yun was the atheist in a world that was filled with belief and about God, and you can't speak against God, you can't question God. The chapter also already spoke about how, like, you should question God, you should see their flaws. They also want you to, in this case, you know, for Senadia, at least in this case. Dreamseeker comforts Yu-Yun just as Yu-Yun had in the past, helping Yu-Yun muster up her courage once again. That day, after persuading the Institute's director to provide assistance, the Doomsday Warning is broadcast across all of Detheng. Yeah, I like how they're doing a lot of thing of showing, like, the future quotation marks because of history, and then the past because, again, history, and they show the in-betweens, and then the present, and all the different ways you can look at it, and it affecting different points in time of this journey specifically for Dreamseeker. But of course there's been cycles and potentially other Dreamseekers being like reawakened to go on the journey after becoming Layla, but we'll see. We need more information on that, honestly. Dreamseeker come with Yu-Yun just as Yu-Yun had in the past, yeah. She was nurtured. They were nurtured. Helping Yu-Yun muster up her courage once again. Yep, without Yu-Yun's help for Dreamseeker, Dreamseeker then couldn't help Yu-Yun. It's really sweet. Very symbolic. That day, after persuading the Institute's director to provide assistance, the Doomsday Warning is broadcast all of Detheng. The film thing's quite interesting here because of the whole remember time thing, and you're getting to see the different points in time and kind of reversing it a bit with, like, time fixing. That was interesting. However, the struggles do not end there. Early the next morning, rifts suddenly break loose. During the repairs, Dreamseeker witnesses the originally tragic history of Luoxing. Okay, I'm glad they brought it up. She also sees that no matter the danger, Yu-Yun will always forge ahead for her beloved Luoxing. Yep, it's true. Such a good character. Such a good story. I love part 2. Rallied and inspired by Yu-Yun, the residents of Detheng join forces to defeat the monster that triggered the tsunami. However, the countdown to a new crisis has begun. Okay, that covers chapter 11. We're going to cover EX as well. You're not. Interesting. But that makes sense, I guess. Dreamseeker or Layla? So find out. If you were to line up all the faces of despair, might say the 10 faces of misery and the 10 successions of shadows, which one would you instill the most fear in an instant? It was only when I found myself in the midst of it that I truly understood. I had known the answer from the very beginning. Oh wow, that was some short text there. Huh? 見ての通り、これは正真正銘の脅迫状だ。レイラは誘拐させてもらったぞ。This music doesn't fit for what you've done. But okay. Maybe it's supposed to be more lighthearted and it's not that big of a deal. But considering it's to Senadia, I don't think so. To the awakened Senadia, as you can see, this is a genuine ransom note. I have kidnapped little Layla. Maybe this is just how Nahara communicates. This feels off.
彼女の精神状態は良好だ。ここを初めて調査し、往復したばかりだが元気だぞ。出口が見つからないことに腹を立て、ジャンプしてまで私の顔を叩いていた。ちなみに頭を狙っていたようだが届かなくてな。
Right now, she is in decent spirits and has plenty of energy. She just completed her first investigation and made it back. Unable to find an exit, she got angry, jumped up and slapped my face. P.S. She wanted to hit my head, but couldn't reach. Right now, she's in completed her first investigation, made it. Oh yeah. Right now, she's in decent spirits and has plenty of energy. She just completed her first investigation and made it back. What investigation? Into the ruins? Unable to find an exit, she got angry, jumped up and slapped my face. P.S. She wanted to hit my head but couldn't reach. That is what was said. It was somewhere in my head. It was like, there's more to it. No, that is all that was said.
彼女を落ち着かせるのに随分と苦労した。だから彼女の保護者である君に慰謝料と身代金として金色のゼリーを5箱ほど要求しよう。
I made quite an effort trying to calm her down. I hope you, as her official guardian, can give me 5 boxes of golden jelly to serve as both emotional compensation and a ransom. Well, as long as you can find enough golden jelly, you can basically make Nahara do anything. In terms of, make her basically do what is needed. That's interesting. I know it's just dragon, but it's funny. 5 boxes of golden jelly. Maybe it's expensive. No, it can't be expensive, unless it is expensive. I've heard this is like an actual food, I think, but I don't know what it is. I think it's medicinal? I don't know, though. I made quite an effort trying to calm her down.
5箱では少ないか。
You're going into hibernation or something? I like how they're making her really like a dragon. But they, miHoYo added their twist of like, golden jelly. That's the twist. That's the one. Thinking if she wants more. Well, considering you have someone that's very important to send a DS, I'm sure you can haggle a bit more than 5 golden jellies. Well, boxes, so it's more than that, isn't it?
Nahara, この悪竜、嫌がらせばっかりしないで。セナディアがどれほど苦労してるか知らないわけじゃないでしょ。彼女には休息が必要なの。
Calling her a bad dragon. Don't go too far. Senator, she needs proper rest. Sure.
なのに代理を務めてる私がちょっと休んだ隙を狙って誘拐するなんて。誘拐罪、脅迫罪。まさか自覚してないなんて言わないよね。もう反省室でずっと反省させられても知らないから。
Yeah, this music fits a lot more. And yet, while I was filling in for her, you took advantage of my break and abducted me. Do you realize you've committed kidnapping and extortion? You'll be sent to the detention room to reflect on your actions for a long, long, long time. Just reminded of Genshin with the solitary confinement chamber for Klee. It's the way just saying detention room. I mean, we do have the detention room, I guess, was brought up, wasn't it? In chapter 11X. I think Nahara can handle that. I don't think she minds. No, Nahara's doing this for a good reason, I think. No, she is, definitely. That the bit in the chapter made it quite clear, like, you know, she had to do this for a reason. The bit in chapter 10, part 2. What's chapter 10? Let me just double check. When was it? Was it here? No. So it was chapter 11 then. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, and Nahara said the words are here, just to give someone a people to know why it says here. Yeah, if the path leads to that kind of future, then she should pay back all the time quotation marks she took from you. I told you the right answer long ago, Senadia. Since you still refuse to accept it, I'll have to do it for you. And you have a Layla going, "Nyeh" sound. And that was the end of the chapter. Yeah, it was chapter 11. Okay, not too long ago then. But long ago enough because you had an EX chapter in between.
ずっととはどのくらいだ？もし君と私が共に過ごした時間に及ばないなら、瞬く間に終わりそうだな。
Yeah, Senadia, or not Senadia. Nahara also has a very different way of looking at time as well. That's true. I find interesting about a character. Like we saw, like nearly like something many years past, like, and she just was like, it hasn't been that long. How long is a long time? If it is shorter than the time we've spent together, I'm afraid it will pass in the blink of an eye. I love her design. Please make her playable. I like Nahara. She's a very interesting character. With a very different design as well, so please make her playable. Don't make her an astronaut.
なはら、今度こそその脅迫状をちゃんと最後まで読み上げて、一言読んですぐぼーっとしたり、リトストみたいに意味深な言葉で話をそらすのもダメ。
More Litos. More Litos law. Appreciated. He does like talking in riddles, then. Or apparently 10 in this case. 10. That's an interesting thing about him. Nahara, this time please finish reading your kidnap note. Don't space after a single sentence. I love your priorities, Layla. You're gonna distract her to get away? And don't change the subject with 10 riddles. You are not Litos. Or is she? No. The one who speaks more riddles is Litos. That's why I love their character for it. I love how cryptic, symbolically, and physically, and metaphorically they are. While also obviously still meaning every word they are saying. And what they are thinking about. Yes, what a fascinating character.
とにかくフォード最大の災いを回避させたあの箱を通して私はフォードが客人の手によって滅ぼされる未来を見たんだ。箱で見たものは絶対だと君も知っているだろう。だから
That's very interesting. Okay. Anyway. Oh, the box, yeah, the box of memories and time, or the box that Senadia gave to Yuyun as well. Yeah, the one in Oxia, the one that Baiji also got. Yeah, that very important box, yes. I think Sky Feather, a Skyfall box or something again as well. Anyway, for the box that guided us safely past defense. Greatest disaster. I saw a future where defense was annihilated by our guests. You know the box is never wrong. Therefore... So what you're saying here reminds you quite a bit of, when Litos saw that dream. Yeah, I think the shadows are pulling like a string, or... Yeah, because Litos saw a dream and then that made him want to do something, remember, as well. And that's different to how he did in the actual history. Najita spoke about that as well. There's a lot to think about here. Yeah, and how Litos did. Then, obviously, yeah, that's another thing you have to keep in mind, because of, obviously, you know, the virtual history has already happened. But we've seen in sectors changes can happen. And, of course, when a change does happen in the actual virtual history, it's more like a time slice gets made of that. Because the actual virtual history didn't change. But the sector that they fix or clear does, sort of. I still believe both exist. Though there's no proof, I guess, to say they do both exist. But you know what I mean. Following the law of what we've seen and everything. But that's interesting, yeah. I saw a future where Deacon was annihilated by our guests. So she thinks the guests are the cause of it. And they could be as well. That could be the case, maybe. Or are you being shown that to make you then act this way?
天に2つの太陽が昇る最悪を防ぐため、3度目の太陽と月が入れ替わる夜明けに、私は諸縁エリアで竜の巣へとつながる扉を開く。
To prevent the catastrophic spectacle of two suns in the sky, on the third dawn of the sun rising and the moon setting, I will open the door leading to the dragon's lair in Dawnshade District. It's called out the dragon ruins again, so that means it does still exist, even in between all of this, potentially. I don't know if it's the same ruins as the one where Crowley faced Nahara. I actually wonder where the location is. Is it just in Loaxing? Or is it like a separate space or dimension? Feels like a separate space to me. But we'll see. To prevent the catastrophe... You know, I'm referring to outside of when we saw it. In chapter... It should be chapter 9. Chapter 9 part 2. To prevent the catastrophic spectacle of two suns in the sky. Two suns? Two suns? There's moons? Oh no, two suns. On the third dawn of the sun rising. Are these supposed to say moons? Of the two moons in the sky on the third dawn of the moon rising and the moon set. Well, this says moon setting here, though. There's 3 suns? Well, third dawn on the sun, but 2 suns. Okay. Sure, go on.
神の偉大なる盟友が一人、星の竜ナハラの名において、ホードで最も愛されている客人を招かせてもらおう。我が運命をもって君たちの正体を見極める。
In the name of one of the gods' great companions, Star Dragon Nahara, I invite the most favored guests of Dethan to attend the gathering. I shall use my destiny to ascertain your true forms. Destiny? You have some sort of way to predict, or look into that, or look into someone's essence, similar to like how Grecio sort of did? Or how Seraphim can? What do you mean by true forms? You are suspicious, clearly, of the Dream Seeker and their group. Maybe there is some sort of shadow also behind our companions we're not aware of. There's usually a truth to this. We had a similar thing, remember, in Elysium Everlasting, with a Heritage of Corruption. and the way May was kind of getting treated a bit. And and there was a lot of like talk about something dangerous coming, or you'll be the downfall of here, but then we learned it's more to do with parish corruption. That's a long time ago though, but I can see that there could be some truth to some of this. And there could also be truth to trying to change stuff or improve it probably has consequence. We'll see. In the name of one of the gods' great companions, Star Dragon Nahara, I invite the most favoured guests of Dethang to attend the gathering, and I shall use my destiny to ascertain your true forms. I'm still interested about the permanence thing you were giving and stuff. Not the Calamity Dragon stuff, but something else with you when you were saying like, this is the permanence I've chosen for your kind and stuff. Like, that was interesting. No, but get.
Huh?
It feels weird, the goofy music there. You're very calm for being kidnapped, but I guess it's Nahara and you're used to her, so you're not really that worried.
追伸、もし夢追い人が私の前に現れなかった場合、もしくはセナディアが現れた場合、処罰はより重くなるぞ。
There is truth to what she's saying, I'm sure. Please note that if Dreamseeker does not appear before me, or if Senadir appears before me, the punishment will escalate. What punishment? You gonna starve Layla? What are you gonna do? You have not convinced me.
星の竜はレイラを含めた全ホードの民を呪う。好きなキラキラの値が倍になり、好きなゼリーは地に落ちる。読んだ本の中身はすぐに忘れ、復習した部分は一生試験に出ないし、サバイバルゲームは必ず最初に殺される。
Are you talking about that game that you played? Star Dragon will curse not only little Layla, but everyone in Dethang. Are you gonna curse? What can you do to the curse into shadows? The prices of your favorite shinies will double. Which shinies? The jelly you want to eat will fall on the floor. It sounds like all things that you wouldn't want. You will instantly forget the books you read. Oh no, Seraphim won't appreciate that. The topics you study will never be tested. Probably more later in that case. And you will be eliminated in the first round of every Dawn game. Yeah, Dawn game. The werewolf game, basically. Sure thing. Sure thing, Nahara. I don't know what the favourite shinies are. Can you elaborate on some of that stuff? I don't know what you're talking about. Outside of what I just said. Okay, go on. Hasn't Nida still got the star candy there? Were you referring to that?
ナティアの面倒を見るために家から一歩も出てなかったあなたがどうやってユウの箱で未来を見るの？そもそも使い方は知ってるの？
You've been taking care of Senadir and haven't even left the house. How could you possibly have seen the future in Yu-Yun's box? Besides, do you even know how to use it? I'm sure she does, considering the flashback. How do you know about the box? Then again, that makes sense, I guess.
もうなはら回りくどい話はやめて今すぐ私をここから出してよ。それに夢追い人たちにちょっかい出すのもダメ。
Telling you now, Layla, I think she's very serious about this. But the music's not helping. But I get it's also for comedic. Fair enough, I see the tone they're trying to set. Nahara, I'm not going to beat around the bush. You have to let me out of here right now. And don't even think about trying anything funny with Dreamseeker and the others. She's thinking about stuff. I don't know what, but she's thinking about something.
Mm. ここから出るっていう話になるたびだんまりを決め込むのもやめてくれない？私本当に知らないよ。
You were silent the moment I bring up leaving? I'm done with you. I mean, how are you leaving? I assume you can't leave this place. I assume this is a space or area Nahara, presides over, considering, Chapter 9 Part 2. Find a way out of here. This is a weird chapter. Can I speak to Nahara? Well, I assume there's no way to leave this place, and she's not actually going to just let Layla leave, so... Yeah, there's that. God, I love the Dragon Ruins, though. Is it supposed to look like this? Still? It makes more sense to look like this later on. Don't know about now. Hmm. Huh? Well, I guess we'll try and leave. Okay, she is leaving. Oh. I'm curious. What happens if I don't make you wrong? Yeah, I'm about to say.
レイラ、自分の立場を忘れているようだな。今の君は私にさらわれた人質だろ。君をここから出すかどうかを決めるのは私だ。
Little Layla, you may have forgotten your current situation. I am the one who kidnapped you, and I am the one who decides whether you go, whether you stay or go. Yeah, so she can just move around this place and probably even teleport to some extent. That doesn't really surprise me. I assume the J button would have just sped up running. But I didn't want to lose anything, so I just let it play. So I don't think Nahara's going to do anything or injure her or actually, do anything to her. So, it's just basically being, you know, locked away. There's nothing extremely worrying about it right now. Other than obviously, you know, being kidnapped. The Nahara is not that threatening from what we've seen. At least on the surface. 1, 2, 3.
君に選択の余地はない。
Yeah, she's saying she has no choice. Just a little... I guess it's just trying to bring the others out. I'd like a bit more context, but I guess we're not getting any.
つまり
Cheetah. Okay, wasn't expecting that. Good to see you. It's been a while. Well, 90X? I think it was 90X. Yeah, 90X was the Vita stuff. Yeah, it was 90X.
システムから出てきたあなたたちは天才アジタ博士にゼリーが地面に落ちない機械を開発してほしいのかしら。それとも万能プログラマーアジタにサバイバルゲーム用の AI 音声アシスタントを作らせたいの？
Oh yes, we can all cover this actually thinking about this. So, was Ajita with the rest of Laquadar? Potentially. It would make sense. Especially if they're a merchant and maybe they've travelled to lots of different places. You came all the way back from the system, hoping the genius, Dr. Ajita, would invent a machine that keeps jellies from falling on the floor for you. Or did you want the almighty programmer Ajita to code an essential smart voice assistant for Dawn Games? Those are some very, very specific things that Nahara just spoke about, but have actually no value to either of these two people. Well, people are here on the, you know, on the moon base.
どっちも違うよ。
Yeah, I'm about to say, good job, Helia. Stay on track.
まさか本気でキラキラの物価をコントロールしてほしいわけ？ややこしいリクエストね。でも落星一の請負人、このアジタ博士なら最低でも3つのプランを用意できるわ。
Do you really need to intervene in the price of shinies? This request sounds quite complicated. Beloxing's best contractor, Dr. Ajita, can prepare at least 3 solutions for you. Okay.
ビーターと違って私たちにはあなたと口喧嘩してる暇なんてないんだ。まあその音声アシスタントの件については後で詳しい話を聞いてもいいけど。
We don't have time to bicker with you like Vita does. Oh, so they all have issues with Ajita in that way. Makes sense. Ajita. But we can consider that voice assistant later.
Korari? とにかく正真正銘の誘拐事件が起きてるんだ。レイラが本当に行方不明になってる以上、レイラ誘拐宣言がどれだけふざけた内容だったとしても真剣に取り合わなきゃ。
Anyway, This is a genuine kidnapping. Given that little Layla is actually missing, we need to take this declaration of kidnapping. This declaration of kidnapping little Layla seriously. No matter how unserious it sounds. Yeah, I get that. I get it's trying to treat it like it's quite like light, but then we start at the end on the horror's being very serious. I get that. I still don't feel the immediate danger of it, but we'll see. If you need me to, I can study criminal psychology from scratch. I don't think that'll help. But I will say the golden jellies probably is the way to get onto Nara's good side. I can see they're not in the mood.
私たちはあんたが知ってるけど話してない情報を全部知りたいんだ。特に今回の誘拐事件に関わる情報をね。
Ajita, we just need you to tell us all the information you know, but won't tell especially anything related to this kidnapping case. Is there a reason? Is Ajita not saying what's happening? Oh, I see. Was Ajita the one, like, kind of telling them but hiding details? All the information you know but won't tell us anything related to this kidnapping case. Oh, okay.
話してあげたいのは山々だけど、残念ながら今回はアジタ博士も何も知らないのよ。
Unfortunately, Dr. Ajita can tell. She doesn't know. Go on.
ナハラが実行したらしいレイラ誘拐事件なんて聞いたこともないわ。だって落星の本来の歴史では幽雲の計算通りに週末へのカウントダウンがゼロになったんだもの。
In the true history of Luoxing, the Doomsday Countdown did hit 0 right on time. Exactly as you young calculated. So this kidnapping of little Layla, committed by Nahara, is completely beyond my knowledge. Yeah, 'cause it's different from the, you know, true virtual history. The true history. Yeah, it's something that's happened within the system again. It's another deviation similar to Litos that's happened. That is making things happen in a way that's very, very different. And probably will cause some sort of issue. I've been wondering if these deviations are going to build up to anything, potentially. I feel like Ajita knows something, but she's not gonna say.
その瞬間、口を開いた巨大な隙間が、
Yep.
すぐさまホードを飲み込んだのよ。本当にあっけなかったわ。
And she said she can't speak, she doesn't know what's happening now. So something stopped that from happening. I guess from the enemy being beaten, but still. I'm not convinced. I feel like it was holded off for a reason. Or something stopped it. The moment the countdown hit 0, a massive rift was torn open, swallowing Dethang in particularly no time at all. No suspense whatsoever. And yet you're able to talk about it and know everything about it. How does that work? So I assume it's to do with your data set, probably, and also what the real Dr. Agita probably told you. Again, it feels like a Mobius, Sim Mobius situation. But still being the real, you know, in a way. Or the new, then, real, you can argue.
しかも隙間が広がるのが早すぎて、一つの都市と無数の住民を飲み込んでもまだ収まらなかったの。連鎖反応を起こしたデータの海の侵食は広がり続け、高度から惑星全土へと手を伸ばしていった。
What's worse, it expanded so fast that a single city and countless citizens, yeah, Defang, were nowhere near enough to satisfy its appetite. They really are making it sound like the Sea of Data has like a will, or has, you know, pressing to the word shadow again, like I said before. But they're really making it seem like it's some sort of like potential god or entity. And it has got some potential malicious intent, or its nature is to, like, you know, corrupt, absorb. And it's going to be something less, you know, again, less straightforward. More like a silent will, or, you know, like a functioning type thing. Plus, Agita could be just using words here, and it might not mean it in that way, but I'm still going to put it in the theory box. Nowhere near enough to satisfy its appetite. The way she talks about authorities and, you know, gaining wills, or, you know, taking form and so on. Sounds like a few things. And then the shadow calamities, of course. The corruption of the Sea of Data triggered a chain reaction. The affected area continued to expand. Until it threatened all of Luoxing. But at that point there should only be one city. In areas, there shouldn't be anything else yet, other than obviously, yeah, Luoxing. Go on.
そして
Until. As the city of the continent, the beacon. The point of, like, civilization, the thing you were looking for, the thing you're talking to the shadow about. You've done the reach out thing again. I feel like there's a gleam in your eye, potentially.
人のせいで最初の楽園が墜落した。
That's what that's about, then. The original moon of Luoxing fell because of humanity. And what is the original moon? Gives you some things to think about, but I'll wait. Because there was 3 moons. Well, potentially 2, but yeah, there's 3. 3 or 2. The original moon of Luoxing fell. So the one maybe before Phobos 1 and 2, potentially? And the other 2 are just captured asteroids. Yep, and there's the Anchor of Apocalypse. There's the ground that we just saw in the boss fight we just did. I think part of me just did the fight I did as well, because I felt like it was linked to this. Especially the, like, you know, the enrapturing shadows, and the way the Anchor of the Apocalypse is, like, sitting like a gravestone and a lot of other stuff. The original moon, a tombstone of, like, civilization. The original moon of Luoxing fell because of humanity. Red text. Oh yeah, it's crumbling, pieces are falling down. That reminds me of Salt Snow City a bit, with the moon rock and stuff.
もしかして今火星に衛星が2つしかないのってそのせいなの?
Okay, you did have a third moon then. 100% now. Okay. Could this be the reason that Mars only has 2 moons now?
ある人物の操作で衛星は軌道から外れ、満身創痍の報土へと向かっていった。 その衛星独自の資源である鉱物を提供するためにね。それはあなたたちからこう呼ばれているわ。星屑と。
No, Stardust Law. Good, good. Under someone's control, this moon of Luoxing broke out of its orbit and hurtled toward the devastated D-Thing. Someone controlled this. And then because of this, the moon broke out of the orbit and hurtled toward... Interesting. Someone did it. Who? It could be the shadows, actually, couldn't it? But then the shadows are stopping the rocks. So was Layla or someone summoning shadows to stop the rocks from crushing down, do you think? Simply to supply it with its unique minerals. You call this mineral Stardust, right? What? Either Senadia or someone else, but someone made the moon lose go out of orbit. And then, like a meteor, or like a thing. That sounds so Sky People like. You'd almost Stardust here. Interesting. And hurtled toward the devastated D-Thing. Simply to supply it with its unique minerals. Okay, wait. This was done to collect the stuff? I'm a little confused here. Wait, what? Under either... Can you not? I hear the music crackling. I don't know why it is. That's out of my hands. You just have to put up with it. Thank you, game, for fixing yourself. Under someone's control, the moon of Luoxing broke out of its orbit and hurtled towards the devastated D-Thing. Simply to supply it with its unique minerals. You call this mineral Stardust, right? Go on.
もし実物を入手できたら、その質問に答えられるかもしれない。でも私としては、今言ってたある人物の方が気になるな。あなたは絶対知らないって言い張るだろうけど。
I see shadows, so I assume either a Willow shadow, something else. If I could get my hands on a sample, I might be able to answer your question. Too bad. I'm currently more concerned about this particular person you mentioned. So I'm guessing you're just going to say you don't know. Yeah, go on.
知らないわ。
Of course you don't know. That would tell us far too much. Fair enough. Used to it. Yeah, I don't know.
とにかく、その衛星が地上に直撃することはなかったわ。制御した人物が大気圏の摩擦を巧みに利用して、水切り遊びのように、一見すると危険極まりない墜落を、大地を癒す治療へと変えたの。
Anyway, this satellite didn't crash straight into the ground. You say satellite, you mean the moon, don't you? Whoever was controlling it cleverly leveraged atmospheric friction by adopting a technique similar to skipping stones. They turned what looked like a deadly descent into a treatment, in quotation marks, that filled the wounds of the land. Yeah, by using the moon to do so. So part of the moon was taken apart for the stardust, for the mineral, and that was used to fix the land. Do you sacrifice the moon to fix something? Ooh. I'm going between Layla here, which wouldn't, I mean, could be possible. Senadia, for some reason. Nahara, potentially. Potentially Sky People if it is, like, some sort of, like, you know, meteor crushing thing. Let me just read this again. Under someone's control, this moon of Luoxin broke out of its orbit. I get that, but someone unknown did that. Hurtled toward the devastated Defang. Trying to wipe it out, maybe? But this is simply to supply it with its unique minerals. You call this mineral Stardust, right? They're starting to have the Star Rock stuff again. And, you know. In the 1.5 stuff with Sar. But it seems that this was done to the moon to help Defang. Thanks to this stuff down here. I'd argue there could be another person controlling in between, but it seems like it's the same one.
精鋭海を渦むか。まさかそんな神話みたいな出来事が火星で本当に起きてたとはね。
Oh yeah, what I will say on this topic right now about moons and stuff. You did have a Senadia go on about saying, like, for some reason to, you know, Seraphim, about you've been watching us, like, all this time, the original moon of Luoxin, which felt like they're referring to Seraphim. Could be wrong, they might not be, but it felt like they were referring to them. Like, something about the moon stuff as well, because like her lines to Seraphim were, or before even meeting her, but then calling her after. That should do it. Long time no see. You've always been with Luoxin, watching over as the original moon of Luoxin. So does that mean Seraphim was fooled? And yeah, also Seraphim knowing about embraces was kind of weird. But yeah, we'll see. And yeah, she also gained the ability to hear inner voices after what Sana did, but I guess that's God stuff there. But it's very interesting. Jingwei filling the sea. Jingwei filling the sea, huh? I never expected a myth like this to happen on Mars of all places. Is that what this is referring to?
災害の後、人類はどうなったの?
You know, Jingwei reminds me of Fuwa. Sample. What? Yeah, what happened to humanity after the disaster of this? Was it more metaphorical? Did Seraphim fall? Like, what happened? What happened to humanity after the disaster?
セナディアは自身の創造を代償にしてこの星のために時間を勝ち取った。そして彼女が足元の大地に自身を溶け込ませることで落星の文明は真の意味で成長期を迎えたのよ。
I'm so glad that theory came true. Just like, I mean, it already kind of did with Saar, but I want another example. Now I've got the proof. Alright, that's good. At the cost of her own funeral, Senadia brought time for the entire planet. probably the time, the connection, with finality that she had the incomplete authority. After she merged the land beneath her feet. Similar to Sa. Though I don't think Sa necessarily, of course, so, Yeah. At the cost of her own funeral, Senadia brought time for the entire planet. After she merged the land beneath her feet, Luoxing's civilization entered a true period of development. Thanks to the Stardust Terrasex, or because of the fact that she now wasn't part of the civilization? Bit of both, probably. Mythology of Laquador's civilization, and as well as, obviously, Luoxing's own development. No longer being tied to the god. At least that god. But yeah, I can visualize that, and all the visuals gave the idea Senadia kind of became one with the planet. It made sense because being a creator god and stuff. And it makes sense because a lot of, creator gods, isn't it? Or, stuff in Mythos at times, it can be... They become the land, or they become part of it. But in this case, the planets and stuff, and they become embedded in it. They become the thing that gives that planet life, or potentially rules, or physics, and other stuff. Again, very interesting.
彼女に信頼され託された人間たちは彼女の望み通りに各地で芽吹きを見せた。フェニックス州に原始文明が出現し始めたのもまさにその頃よ。
The humans she trusted and placed her hopes in branched out and flourished across the land. Yeah, they were no longer caged. Was it more flourishment? Oh yeah, and she also would have given the land more life and maybe created more through her funeral. Yes. Exactly as she envisioned. Yeah, her imagination gave form pretty more to the planet. And it was during this very period that native civilizations, like the Phoenix continent, began to emerge. I'm interested in the story of part 2. But don't play a game anymore, or have 4+ hours for each chapter. If you are invested in story, what? I hate YouTube, it doesn't let me actually read easier what you've put. Sorry. Yeah, okay. So welcome in, Guido Mister. If you are invested in story, what are thoughts on making a story recap? So there's a mixed thing for me, a story recap. I have mixed feelings on it because there's so many details, every word, every voice, every little thing matters to me. So I struggle with trying to break it into smaller bites, unless they maybe asked a question or something, and that's not how my brain fully works. I'm not that great at that. I could maybe try it one day, but it would still be quite a long story recap, and I'd still have to do something so it would encourage us to want to watch the chapter, because there's just so many layers and details in the story in miHoYo's works. And a lot of, like, theories and ideas and interpretation come from reading every word, at least for me. I'm not a fan of shortening stuff, and I'm not going to promise anything. I could maybe look at doing something like that. For now, we're just trying to catch up with the story. The other thing is as well, my content, because of how much I'm into the lore, I like talking about stuff and quoting stuff and reading stuff out. I like to more make... I want to eventually make more theory videos or diving into certain more niche lore topics, because there's just not enough stuff covering it, honestly. And I also just really, really like the lore in miHoYo games. Personally, I'd listen to it if compiling with video fragments, then I would show to friends they loved part 1. There. Like I say, I'm not promising anything. I've seen others do recap type things. They're probably better at that. Homu Labs does some good ones. I struggle with recaps, like I say, for me. I can happily, like, answer loads of stuff from a chapter. I can go on about stuff, but to recap it and get its entirety into, like, a condensed video, that's a little difficult. I'll be honest, it's just not my forte. I made them watch all cinematics and some recaps. They both aren't neither into games nor into anime, and they loved it. And it took like 8 hours total. That's cool. I'm glad you did that with your friends. That is a good way to like get people into it, or you know, maybe people get interested. I do have some experience with showing cinematics and recaps at times, because it obviously means, again, you don't get the full pudding or the full dish. But I also understand not everyone wants to spend hours and hours, like you say, going through it all, and it's not for everyone. And some just want the main chunks, or the main, like, narrative. Though I won't always say main narrative, because there's a lot of stuff in between. But I understand people wanting a way to enjoy it still, and not spend hours doing it. Like, all the streams I've done, for example, will come up to a good... Got a good, like, 420 plus streams on a playlist that I'm obviously privating as I add like thumbnails and stuff to them, so the full journey can be shown. So I understand it's a lot of hours. It's taken a good like 2 to 3, 4 years, you know, to get to where we are. But I have considered the recap thing at times. It's just, you can get all super frustrated. So it's like, can I have a recap? It's like, what do you want a recap of? The entirety of part 1. It's like, I can't do that. There's so many chapters, there's so many words, so much lore, so many things to talk about. And then, like I say, I would be a bit blunt, but then me doing that means I'm not talking about the things I'm really, really wanting to talk about, and then the passion and drive isn't fully there. But I do know we do need more people who do lore recap or talk about lore, so it's something to consider. But again, I'm more thinking of focusing on a more niche, which not everyone might watch, but that's fine. Like, there's so much stuff I love in the lore in miHoYo's games, especially in the visual novels and the mangas. And certain, like, when you put all the little pieces together, there's some interesting stuff that neither gets fully confirmed, but is still important to me. But yeah, I get what you're talking about, Guido. Yeah, we skipped a lot, and you can't put 10 years story into a single story in one or couple watches. Durandal does not exist exists to them, Rita 2, Holy R as well, but still turned out to. Yeah, I get that. My other thing is, it's unfortunate what happens, and a lot of people, when they do see the shorts and trailers only, it's then when it comes to the real, still learning it's, you know, a visual novel storytelling game, like an action RPG in a way. People, when they don't then get shorts or you know, other stuff, they get quite unhappy with the fact there isn't like an animation, that there isn't something, and it's just more reading. But I still love it, honestly, and I love reading it, and I love picturing it. And there's even been times when I've streamed and I've tried to read it out and then give that picture to my audience. Now I started doing that a bit more over time, because in the past it was just reading everything and so on, so on, so on. But I try and make it not just me reading stuff and discussing and theorizing and giving some more visual side to it. But at the end of the day, it's a story visual novel game. But I do like the shorts. There's some really, really good, like, cutscenes and story moments. But as you can tell, I'm more a reader. I like looking up words. I like talking about different subjects. It's just what I enjoy. The human she trusted and placed her hopes in. But if you have any questions about part 2, feel free to ask, and I'll happily try and answer. I obviously still did the story as well, but I'm happy to answer throughout the stream. Happy to discuss stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff in part 2. There's also a lot of good stuff in part 1, part 1.5. And I have a decent memory. I also have been screenshotting basically everything as I've gone through my journey. So I will admit right now, chapter 1 of the beginning of the game to probably up to around, let's say, chapter 20, I was only screenshotting bits I found quite important. So I need to go back and get those. But after basically chapter 18, 19, I pretty much screenshotted everything. The logs, the text, everything. Because I need it for, like, Word docs and theorizing and rereading. And I post it on my Discord as well and stuff, and so on, so on, so on. Yeah, some of the Phoenix content civilization, that could also be the thing to do with the beacon. I like reading as well, but for me, part 2 kinda not like it. I like reading as well, but for me, part 2 kinda not like it was. Got too bored at first 2-3 chapters and quit eventually. Wow, great to see you're invested. You're so invested into the story, that's nice. Yeah, I'm really into it. A lot. Been some of miHoYo's other games as well, but I'm behind, obviously, in Honkai Star Rail. I'm behind in Genshin. And I also do cover GGZ as well. I've seen the entirety of GGZ Retro Story. And I'm on Chapter 3 of Reborn. It's got a really good story, GGZ, honestly. Which can be read with the hoyostans fan project Operation Gecko. Which is nice. Really glad they worked on that project. It's a very important part of miHoYo's history as well. And I like that type of thing. But that's fair, like you say. You know, you were reading as well, but for part 2, kind of like it got too bored. Yeah, it's preference. I get it, though. Many quit after the first chapter, because it just wasn't for them. For me, on the other hand, I absolutely loved it, because I love the visual novels, I love the manga, I love all the world building, I love all the stuff. So, like, chapter 1 of part 2 for me is one of my favourites still. And I know they did shorten the chapters after that chapter, which was a little upsetting, but they were still long enough for me because I was streaming them and talking and everything, so it wasn't too big of a decrease for me. Though I now see why chapter 1 took so long. I can see why you quit, but like you say, you kept going, you know, for chapter 2 to 3, so that's still good. It's just some stop points for people. I'm okay with that. As long as people are respectful after even once they stop and stuff. And don't try and wish the game to die. That is all I ask for. At the end of the day. I love this story. Like the Phoenix continent. Okay. The humans she trusted and placed her hopes in, branched out and flourished across the land. Exactly as she envisioned, and it was during this very period that native civilizations, like the Phoenix continent, civilization began to emerge. You have a good narrative voice if you might consider voicing Honkai Impact manga, and you can count in at least 3 additional viewers, lol. I did read the mangas on stream, I just haven't uploaded, not uploaded. I just haven't... Thank you, that's very kind of you. I did stop so I read everything out, but after a certain point in part 2, I only read a certain bit out and then I recap a bit. But I do read mostly everything out. Because I noticed I needed to do a bit of both to talk about my thoughts and discuss stuff a bit better. So I had to cut out a bit of reading out the narration. Because after a certain point, I felt like I was just talking and not discussing about anything. And I also felt like I was reading out lines like a name, and it's like, I don't need to say that. The audio can hear that, and so on. But for the manga and for the visual novels, I read everything out. I have it on my playlist, I just need to upload it. What I might do is I was trying to release it bit by bit, but maybe I will just try and release the stuff that was the visual novels and the manga. Make thumbnails for that so that others can get to see the more niche content I love. And also get to see all that reading and discussion. Because as much as I love the game story, the visual novels and mangas are like some of my favourites. Because they have so many characters and things that, of course, you don't show as much in the game, but when they do show in the game, connect so well. But yeah, more about the Phoenix continent.
各地といっても本体と分体に分かれてるけどね。あなたたちのよく知るナハラやリトストは、ホードの生存者の大半からなる開拓隊とともに新しい場所を作り上げていった。
But of course, some groups were larger and more important than others. Yeah, that makes sense. Nahara and Mitost, who you're familiar with, or with the pioneer teams. This sounds very like Project Ember in part 1 for Luoxing Mars' civilization, which makes sense because the pioneer thing. That's really cool if they're doing like a parallel there with that. With like, Hua, Nuwa, and Hua being Fua, Fuxi and Nuwa, like the pioneers of like Project Ember. And then of course you also had, Gricio and Sue as well doing their roles. Then you had Kevin, of course, but he was in the Sea of Quanta by that point. Thanks to the stuff in the second Key manga. And of course staying there and, not breaking himself out so that Sue could escape. But of course some groups were larger and more important than others. Nahara and Litost, who you're familiar with, were with the pioneer teams formed by the majority of Defang's survivors, so that were survivors. They were dedicated to building new settlements. Makes sense.
他の知り合い、ユーウンやセラペウムは津波の後に行方不明になってしまったの。
Despite how other cities and other civilizations got established, all from Senadir's death, but I still believe her death also is what has given the planet all it then has. I do believe it does come to the level of literally like her imagination by her wishes, others like wishes, other stuff like cultivate. It did give like extra life by her death, as well as give the planet a lot of time. A lot of like metaphorical, but also maybe literal stuff potentially. We'll have to see. It would make sense because it seems similar to Sar in part 1.5. As for other familiar faces, Yuyun and Seraphim both went missing after the tsunami. That will be... Oh, so Seraphim must have ended up in Langchu then. And then I assume Yuyun ended up in Oxia. So yeah, the bubble worlds would exist at that point, probably, by the disaster, maybe. Or maybe this is still when the Luoxing is around, so it'd be back when it'd be the 4 quarters of Antares. But you should have Oxia, Langchu, Baiyun, and Minkai. Those should all exist. Still? Yeah, the tsunami, of course. Yeah, the sea of data corruption tsunami. I assume that's the tsunami you're referring to.
じゃあレイラはまさか彼女に託したセナの望みに応えずに自ら進んで2代目の神様の役目を引き受けたってことはないよね。
If after ending part 2 they'll go back to APHO3, then I might come back. I liked that story. What do you think will be after the end of part 2? Another planet in part 3? Well, timeline-wise, you'd be at... I still think we're at 2024, but I hear people trying to also say we're at 2026 at times. Because of apparently an astronomical event that could only happen in 2026. But if we're in 2026, then we're already in APHO time at that point. I'm still not sure how I feel on that. Because 2024 should be when, well, partly 2023 was when part 2 kind of began, but then 2024 is more where it was. 2025 feels like is where we should be now if we are past 2024. It being 2026 yet doesn't feel right, because that's when APHO 1 should be happening. Unless it's just before that. We'll have to see. I'm sure they'll go back to APHO 3. They left APHO 2 after all, with a, quite a heavy cliffhanger, if you know the Sky People coming down, and they were, you know, going to basically invade. The Stargates were opening and everything after what happened with Lucani. Oh, cool. It was just a technical issue. I didn't have to fully stop. That's good. Right, so what was the last thing you heard? But I'll happily repeat what I'll just repeat what I was saying, because it only cut off after a certain point. So, as I was saying, part 2 should start around, like, well, we have the timeline, to be honest. I'll just get the timeline up. That's a better way of doing this. Maybe I was punished for just getting the timeline thing up. Yeah, now you can hear. Yeah, I thought so. So the Honkai timeline image, like part 2. I'll get it up, because that would actually help for the discussion. Yeah, just take this image. Yeah. And I'll switch this over to the Discord capture while I talk. So I can show the visual of the timeline thing. So... where's the capture? I know it's on here. Discord capture, where are you? There it is. Let's hope it doesn't cut off again. Oh yeah, I actually have to make sure it's not got the wrong audio thing on. So give me a minute, actually. Is this correct? Filter? Okay, yeah, it's the correct speaker. We're fine. Right, as I was saying... Also, thank you... Kaido Mr. 5733 following coming a shot the mirror. Appreciated. So that's the timeline that we were given on one of the live streams. So we can ignore all this because this is important, but not to the topic at hand. So like it says here, the landing on Mars of Helion Corelli should have happened on Earth calendar 2023. APHO is around 2026. Which is here. 2024 on the Earth calendar here started part 2. Dreamseeker embarked on an adventure. So that's why I said about 2023 and 2024. They've embarked on the adventure obviously since then, but apparently there's an event that has taken place in the story, or something to do with like space. That has happened, by the way, in the story by this point, because it was talked about ages ago. An astronomical event, apparently with space, that was only happened in 2026. So apparently we're in 2026 with that logic. Can I find the thing? Something to like an observation or something to do with space, like actual outer space. No, I don't know what it is, so I'll leave that for now. Either way, that's the timeline for now. APHO1 should be around 2026. And then APHO2 should also be around 2026. You then have Alien Space manga that should be 2029. But then you have stuff also in Honkai Star Rail that seems to suggest that it's still 2026. And potentially also Kira and Shrubnigarath, or, Sugar Molasses didn't pick up Welton Void Archives. Potentially. But again, we'll have to wait till we get to that point. I mean, what's next on plans for Honkai Impact 3rd? Surely they didn't announce the end of the main story without the announcement of a start or continuation of something new. I mean, I'm only obviously going to talk about what they've released globally. I do know in CN, obviously, what they've said. I guess since we're talking about the topic, I'll bring it up. They have said there will be some after stories. I don't know what those after stories will be. I've got some idea what they could be from theorizing. But I don't think we haven't had anything saying we're having any, anything at least. Again, though, I like to only talk on the global side of things. I don't think they're not going to do another part. I think they will. GGZ is still going and has been going for 11 plus years. So I think we will get APHO 3 eventually, or maybe part 3 after part 2. That's what I think they'll do. I don't think they'll just abandon APHO. Now, outside of APHO, what else could they do? They could do a few things. They could explore previous era during real time, showing more previous era. They could also explore the 500 years ago, during current era, with Otto and the War Arc and all the stuff to do with the Apocalypse family and the Three Houses and Hoyostans, but actually in real time and all that stuff with that type of stuff. Along with the war that happened, they could explore that. They could basically explore any point basically in time they've already created, or they can literally focus on, a new cast. They could do another planet, like you say. There was one mention of Mercury at the start, or no, with a readable about Vegeta going there to pick up silicone chips. ER2? Well, it's an Elysian Realm 2? I mean, I guess they could do another Elysian Realm thing, but the issue is right now we don't really have the Elysian Realm anymore, so it would be it would have to be a thing before we lose the Elysian Realm. I'd want to rather just see previous era. There's also potentially previous era, because for every 50,000 years, the Kakuna finality did its thing. There would be at least before previous era, 3 or 4 cycles, because they found ruins on the moon that are 200,000 years old. So that goes far pretty back. There's also still that whole thing they haven't explained with the moon, the moon having, a civilization on it before previous era. There's plenty they can explore. It just matters what they explore, or if they choose to elaborate on things. I wouldn't mind seeing more of, Senadia's journey along with Nahara and Litost. Hello, Lusaka. I wouldn't mind seeing more of, like, you know, Luoxing in real time outside of all this plot stuff that I do love as well. They could show more stuff with the Perusians and Venus. Still lurking. I think you're awesome. Same, I'm also lurking. Wish you the best as well, man. There's a lot they can explore, Guido Mister. It just depends on what they do. Like, they could also explore, like, other Helia and other Corelli. Because they open that, like, thing in the story. But if that history fully exists now is up in the air, I guess. So yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Do you have any thoughts what we could potentially explore? Because there's always loads they can explore. But I don't know what they're going to. There is another thing they can explore, definitely, of Mars. All the different, like, sectors. They might have already done it in the story, for all I know, because obviously we're only at chapter 12. But I would love to see those other sectors they teased in part 2. Because some places look really cool and fascinating. But yeah, if you're asking me outside of what I said, like to do with past, or to do with like other civilizations, or to do with things outside of part 2, not sure, honestly. I mean, Kiana's still asleep. I don't know if that'll change, though. I feel like it might not, because of APHO 1, and it feels like she either will be asleep or not clearly usable at that point. Not accessible. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they do with the story.
Then, じゃあレイラはまさか彼女に託したセナの望みに応えずに自ら進んで二代目の神様の役目を引き受けたってことはないよね。
I also want to see them explore stuff with Mara and the Sky People. Again, I feel it's just going to be APHO eventually, after a certain point, but we'll see. What about Layla? Don't tell me she just took on the duties as the second god after that, and completely forgot about the wish Senna wanted her to fulfill. Yeah, what happened to Layla?
もしかしたら彼女はその行動自体がセナディアの願いにうなずいたことになると考えたのかもしれないわ。
Perhaps her actions were exactly her way of fulfilling Senadia's wish. Well, yeah, because Senadia... Well... But Senadia made clear she didn't want Layla to become a god. But then Layla still became the god, so something happened in between. Like, if you see the chapters, you see that Senadia wasn't trying to... She was trying to maybe make Layla the next one, but she also at the same time was trying to, I think, give her the freedom to not. No, I remember them talking, and Senadia kept like, I will get the quote up. It was in chapter 11 EX. It would have been during... It was just before she embraced, wasn't it? Yes. Further back. Wait, it's the wrong way. No, that is the correct way. Yeah, because Senadia was speaking about like all the things that would come after and stuff. But from what I gathered, she didn't want Layla to be a god. Where is the line? But I want to see Layla. Now, you wanted to see, of course, what Layla was going to have in future, but you knew you couldn't. Yes, I know your hopes for the civilization and stuff, but that's not what I'm trying to focus on. It'd be better if their gods are easy to talk to. Because then little Layla can make adorable new friends in the future. The world tens of thousands or hundreds of million years from now, I really want to see it with my own eyes, together with my dear little Layla. If it were possible, I really wish I could have grown up alongside you as a friend to experience and explore everything this world has to offer together. I'd see the world through the same lens as you, share similar sentiments, and be moved by the same things. We'd make friends around our age with totally different personalities, and spend every day talking about wild dreams and funny things that just happened. Where's the line? We'd also have a secret base to start our own adventure from there many times. You'd be in charge of sitting the route and me clearing the obstacles. You plan to leave and then laugh as we head back to our own homes for dinner. In her boundless fantasy, the god greedily made another wish. On a certain fateful day, a dream seeker who can freely traverse dreams or dream of her. Through their connected dreams, this dream seeker will grant her a miracle. The ability to travel to the future where this dream seeker resides. As the name of the dream seeker possible, she hopes it will be. Oh, where is it? When do you say it? Here? I know you say, because I focused on it quite a bit. Well, there is that. I guess the other way to talk about this is I remember another line that actually goes on about what I'm talking about. It's not as what I was looking for, but it'll do because I know exactly where it is. Further down. Further down. It's when she's speaking to Perusian or Vita, potentially. And potentially Sar, I guess? I'm not sure. But either way, it's around here. Yeah, and in the day, yeah, we know Layla seemed to come from the first cry of Luoxing, it feels. But like Senna did say as well, like when Vita, question mark, was asking to her, just because you chose her, she must accomplish something even you could not. Isn't that cruel? About recap, it's just a suggestion. Story is over, and there's literally no story analysis recap. Analysis recaps. I haven't seen anyone in EN community who is as invested as you in your explanation. Maybe not just. Huh? Yeah, I get that. In EN community, only one, but also best one. Capitalized on it, people would wait even a year. If it takes so. I'd have to catch up first, but yeah, I guess it's something to consider. I get that might be the content people do want. I'm still want to make my theory videos, though. I want to see more as well, so I will probably focus on that more, but I'll keep in mind what you're saying. I do agree there aren't enough lore videos. I have even looked myself at times, because I'd like to find others that are into the lore as much. But most people are finding into the lore on Discord servers, on the official servers, talking in the lore chat. And discussing about stuff for hours on end. I also have been a part of that. Where is it? What I chose was never Layla alone. See, this is what I mean. She wasn't just picking Layla. This is the line I wanted, or at least one of them. I chose all humans, imperfect beings like me, like her. She admits Layla and herself have flaws. Herself as a god has flaws. As long as humans are given time, they will surely achieve things even gods cannot. and Layla will become the witness to Luoxing's future. One day she will prove to you that Senadia's ideals are not empty words. So again, here's when she was kind of pinning it on her again, but at the same time, she's just having a lot of faith in Layla and the people of her civilization. Anything else on this? So you're wagering with me here? How interesting. So you're wagering with me here? How interesting. Yes, and that is why I worry that one day as a god I might bind humanity's steps in a way that can never be undone. Just like that somewhat sorrowful dream in the narration, it says. So there's no voice for the grey text there. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Once people awake, they can move forward again. Upon reality, evidently lacked the failsafe that is waking up. But yeah, it was interesting, that. Of course, no pressure, bro. I'll go work out and sleep. Already midnight. It was ages since I talked with Son about Honkai Impact 3rd. Have a good streaming day. Your content is interesting and model uniquely elegant. Ah yes, I will say model was commissioned by miHoYo Live. All credits are on the about page. Rigging was done by Live 2D, and I'm a mirror being. You have a good night, Guido Mister. It was an enjoyable talk. I'm still going to look for that quote because I don't want to move on till I find other bits on this. But thank you for the advice. I will keep it in mind. I know it is needed. Embrace finality. And I guess, yeah, a recap is it is more accurate content, because then I have to try and encapsulate what a chapter was about, and I could talk about it. It isn't a bad way of doing it. Yeah. Maybe I need to stop being so hesitant with it. Alright, I'll think on it. It definitely won't be immediate, though. My aim right now is just going for story, discussing, and all the other stuff. I would like to find the other line when I'm very sure did say the word she didn't want Layla to become a god, but unfortunately that will be a needle in a haystack, so we're not doing that. We need to continue the story. I have to do a mixture of bounce between. I can't spend 2 hours like I did at times in the past doing some discussion and some quotes. That's better for a video than a stream in some ways. Though not 2 hours. Again, this is the issue, like making video content. My stuff's just too long. And I refuse to make it too short, as that hurts me. But if we're making a recap, I guess it'd be at least 30 minutes, if not potentially an hour. An hour might be able to do it, I guess. I'd have to make a script. That would be difficult. Anyway. Perhaps her actions were exactly her way of fulfilling Senadia's wish.
ホードが陥落した後、レイラは考察したいからっていう名目で一人旅に出たの。
Wait, so Layla wants to look like Dreamseeker as well after the whole thing? Interesting. About the sun? Yeah, that's weird. Why are we seeing Dreamseeker at this point? I get Layla and Dreamseeker, 1-1, different possibilities and all of that, but I guess it makes sense. So Layla at one point when it did also look like this then. I thought this was unique to Dreamseeker Layla in a way. Okay. Interesting. After the fall of Deatheng, Layla embarked on a journey alone under the guise of a survey. Okay. Makes sense. I've noticed they've been doing this as well, which is kind of cool. They've done kind of like CG art, but also a bit of the 3D model with like this type of thing. I did at times just like the 2D as well, though. But either way, this is nice. After After the fall of Defang, Lila embarked on a journey alone under the guise of a survey.
最終的には落星の人々の元へ戻ったけど、その旅で彼女が具体的にどこで何をしていたかは明確な記録がどこにもないの。
Although she eventually returned to the people of Luoxing, exactly where she was and what she did remained an uncertainty with no clear records. Oh, so something was done off record. I'm not sure what that would be still. I assume she was looking for Senna? I'm even trying to bring her back. This looks like the sky's like burning. That's a moon, obviously. We know the original moon's gone of Luoxing. Yeah, and Seraphim did vanish. I think it was more metaphorical because I feel like Seraphim just did end up in Langshu by that point. I do now believe Seraphim was the original moon of Luoxing, potentially. You say about when you named me and everything. Makes sense, she's a potential creation of Senadia. I don't believe she would... Yeah, I don't believe they would say... Because otherwise Seraphim would have been travelling with them, so I believe she is a creation of Senadia. That makes more sense to me. Hmm.
ただの推測だけど、その旅でおそらく彼女にとって特別な何かがあったんでしょうね。だから、それに鍵をかけたのよ。
I'm guessing that journey must have been very special for her. So she put a lock on it. Makes sense. What do you mean by put a lock on it? Oh, she wants to return to it one day? Reminds you again of a pioneer of like the cape and everything. I'm sure they intended that.
結局こっちも手がかりなしか。レイラってばあれだけ狂った一面を見せたのに、ホードでの黒歴史はしっかり隠しとくなんて。一体どのくらい人に見せられない過去があるわけ？
There's no opening on this end too. Layla's already shown us so many of her crazy sides. She also kept her dark times in Defang a secret. Just what kind of shady past is she still hiding? The group fell silent, but a vague suspicion began to form in their minds. I wouldn't say shady. I'd say it's probably just really personal to Layla. If Dreamseeker, who stayed behind in the system, were here right now, perhaps she too would recall the words that once echoed in her mind. No, so is this Dreamseeker then at the moment? Okay, so this is Dreamseeker, this isn't Layla then. And they're going on the journey to find about Layla? To be clear, I'm not saying she isn't a Layla. That's not what I mean by that. I'm just saying she also is Dreamseeker. Her power remained cold, dim, and lonely throughout the long years, except for one period. However, who Layla's powers did? Or Senna's did? Whose? Of course, I didn't think she would meet you in that state. After all, that's the version of herself she most wants to forget. Yeah, version of you. But again, sounds like the whole Dreamseeker Layla thing and the multiple thing we talked about. Versions of him. There's no narrator and there's no audio, so I assume, like it says, it's to do with, like it says here. Perhaps she too would recall the words that once echoed in her mind. I assume these would be Layla's words. Her power remained cold, dim and lonely throughout the long years, except for one period, however. Of course, I don't think she would meet you in that state. After all, that's the version of herself she most wants to forget. She became God that day? Maybe.
こんなに話したのに結局振り出しに戻っちゃった。ナハラにしてもレイラにしても歴史上の彼女たちの行動なんて今起きてる誘拐事件とは何も関係ないよね。
After all that talking, we're right back to square one. Wherever it's Nahara or Layla, their actions in history have absolutely nothing to do with the kidnapping happening right now. It does feel like, yeah, that point in history is like void, like it does not exist. It is left in the shadows. Very thematically appropriate, though. But yeah, well, I feel like the kidnapping will have to do with this, but I don't know what it is in this case.
じゃあ、特別にアドバイスを足してあげる。素行や演算は歴史のレールに近づくためだけのものじゃないわ。ほとんどの場合、あなたたちがもたらす変数は歴史そのものの影響よりずっと大きいし。
Let Dr. Ajita, you are talking a lot more than I thought you were going to. I'm glad you're finally explaining things a bit more. I love you as a character, but you have kept so many things hidden, but I can see why. I'm glad you're finally saying a lot more now. But you are a very interesting character, Ajita. Let Dr. Ajita share some extra advice from experience. Retrospecting and extrapolating aren't just retracing the path of history. Yes, at least in most cases, the variables you bring to history have a far greater impact than history itself. Yes, because there clearly is some sort of change. You may not be able to change what happened in history, but you do seem to be able to change sectors and actually add things for Luoxing's civilization in a way. Potentially. The planet's still very dead, though. And yes, being Dreamseekers, or the myth behind the Dreamseekers in Elysium was tracing back history and observing it and seeing it. Just retracing the path of history, at least in most cases, the variables you bring to history. Yeah, the Trinity may be right, the three of them. There's four of them, so... Is it four? Coralie, Helia... I guess it's three. Dreamseeker. Am I missing anyone? Yeah, because I guess Senadia isn't part of their little free group, is she really, outside of earlier chapters? Yeah, we'll see. Unless Dreamseeker isn't part of anything, and it is just Coralie, Helia, and Senadia. Either way, it doesn't change all four, kind of, but more the three, yeah, have made impacts. But go on, Ajita.
だから、行き詰まった時は歴史をたどるんじゃなくて、今必要とされてるものに目を向けるべきね。
So when you hit a bottleneck, rather than looking back at history, you're much better off focusing on your current needs. Yeah, focusing on the present, not focusing on the past. Focusing on the things happening now, in this time slice, or in this timeline. By the wording of how we're using the quantum computer, of course, in this sector. Focus on that.
経験談をありがとう。もし次があれば、そういう私は力になれません宣言は長いご公説の前に言ってくれない？
And I guess for your problem, she didn't solve that, but she did tell you quite a bit that she usually doesn't. Thanks for sharing your experience. Next time, mind putting a "I can't be of much help" disclaimer before the long speech. I mean, she did. She literally said at the start, like... Unfortunately, Dr. Ajita can tell, but she doesn't know. Like, she did say at the start she was not going to tell you. Come on, Coralie, I know you're frustrated. She did say it. And people can't make miracles out of their hands if they don't actually have the answer.
まあまあ、コラリ、情報は集めれば集めるだけいいでしょ。ところでアジタ、あの羽、解析の進捗はどう？
Ah, they've been analysing the feather of Vita. That's interesting. Okay. Makes sense. Even Layla talked about having some sort of power or authority, which would make sense considering, you know, Vita has the creator core, you know, from Sar and everything, and her eyes are Bodhi. Obviously gained a lot of authority that, you know, made up for what she had. Not lost, but, you know, by letting the 7 Vitas still, you know, live with their authorities and the virtues that came from Sar. It's alright, Coralie. Gathering more intel is always a good thing. By the way, Ajita, regarding the analysis of that feather, how's it going? Any progress?
最近親友の行方を探るために私は毎日勤務時間を8分の3も延長してるのよ。
Best friend? To track down my best friend, I've extended my daily working hours by a full 3/8 recently. You're referring to Perception, Will of Shadow? Well, you wouldn't know them by this point, would you? Who's your friend? There was that Forge Master that Baiji spoke about, who we still don't know who that is. Who would be your friend? Best friend, for that matter. Oh! You're referring to Vita, because you... Okay, yeah. That's good of you, Ajita.
内部の人が証言してくれたけど、実際は1時間働いては3時間サボり、合計8時間になった瞬間に退勤してるよね。そこから8分の3延長するとって、こんなふざけたことを真面目に計算しても意味ないか。
According to insider analysis, for every hour you work, you slack off for free. Then you get off work immediately, once you're at 8 hours. If you extend your working hours by 3/8, why am I even bothering to calculate this? We now know where the 5th thing came from with the alter ego of Perception. The 3/5 or the, you know, remember the stuff with Perception. That's funny. The writers definitely knew what they were doing with those lines. Here, I mean. It feels like a reference to it, because they're saying, like, you know, 3/8, you know, something 3/5. I'd have to go back and get the exact quote, but, yeah. So continue. Now I feel like I have to quote it. I don't know if it was chapter 3. It shouldn't take long. Yeah, when did you reveal you were the will of shadow perception? Saying you were 3/5. When was it? Is it after the prophetic dream? Will of shadow talk. Oh yeah, this was during the dream still. Yeah, you were never one of the shoes. Yeah, we know this. Yeah, I count as 1/5. So naturally there are 5 and 4/5 out of 7. Yeah. Yep, 4/5. Reception, you used to call yourself 1/5 of Agita, an incomplete shoe. Yeah, 1/5. Anyway, back to the story. No, it's 3/8. Well, that makes sense because split into you. Yeah. I'm not doing the math either, Corelli, don't worry.
あくまで現時点での結論だけど、あの羽はビタが残したある権能のバックドアね。鍵、あるいはパスワードのようなもので、特定の状況下で彼女と深く結びついた何らかの力を呼び起こせるの。
The conclusion I've reached so far is that feather is a backdoor to some kind of authority. Vita, left behind. It's like a key, or rather, a password, capable of unlocking a power closely tied to her under specific conditions. Makes sense for Vita, yeah, because the hacker stuff a little, yeah, to be a backdoor. There's some kind of authority Vita left behind. Yeah, the thing Layla was probably speaking about. It's like a key, or rather a password, capable of unlocking a power closely tied to her under specific conditions. Okay, that makes sense. A bit like the code that you were trying to crack. Maybe that's why she wasn't wanting you to crack that specifically, that data.
ただ、その力の正体はまだ不明。それを一刻も早く解明するためにも、このアジタ、勤務時間をさらに8分の1延長するつもりよ。友人を偲ぶ気持ちを込めてね。
Are you trying to do this under the pretense to crack the code? You said to Vita you would not, since she's not around, so that deal is no longer on. It just seems too convenient. But what that power is remains unclear. You see, that's what she's focused on. I'm sure she cares, but at the same time, I remember she was trying to crack that thing and Dita wasn't happy. Might be the same thing, but... To figure this out faster, I'm willing to extend my working hours by another 1/8. Consider it my way of honoring a friend. I know there's genuineness in that, but there's also very... Yeah, Elliot doesn't know what to say.
これだけ時が経ったのに、親友が私に怒って出ていく時に残した最後の言葉を今でも鮮明に覚えているの。
You're making it worse. To this day, I still remember the last words my dear friend said to me before I made her so mad that she stormed off. Yeah, you pushed her a bit. You didn't do anything really wrong, I guess. I can see why Vita got upset, though. You just have to see if there's that connection between, Perusians and Loxians. Or Martians and, Venusians, so on. You did tease that, so I want to know more on that.
彼女はこう言ったのよ。アジタ、もう黙ってくれないかってね。
She's not even bothered by it. She said, Agita, shut your mouth. Yeah, Bianca knows the struggles Vita was going through of Agita.
ああ、我が愛しの親友。もし私が話し続けることで、あなたが止めに戻ってきてくれるのなら、その程度の犠牲は喜んで払うわ。
My dearest friend. You made me think of Otto then, because you said that. If talking non-stop is what it takes you to come back and stop me, then I am willing to make that level of sacrifice. Stop you. Oh, yeah. I'm cracking the thing. Sure.
犠牲？今度は誰が犠牲になるって？犠牲？今度は誰が犠牲になるって？
Assume Sally from that voice. Sacrifice? Who's making a sacrifice this time? Yeah, I assume that's Sally from the way you're acting. Sally, would you have to talk about the fact that sacrifice is just part of, doing all this to some extent? But I understand the philosophy of not allowing that be good enough anymore. Nobody is sacrificing themselves here. Nobody is sacrificing themselves here.
すみません、ゼーレ先輩、ブローニャ先生。急ぎの用があって、ユーンの電撃計画を実行するときに、報告前に独断で行動してしまいました。
The way they're standing attention, basically, like soldiers. But it's so for being afraid of Sally. She's not that frightening. I know why they're acting all worried about it, but she's not that scary. But then I guess again, I'm not the one in front of her right now. I'm sorry, Sally-senpai. Bronya-senpai, or Miss Bronya. It was sudden, so we took action and executed Yuyun's flash plan without consulting you first. And you weren't trying to sacrifice yourself, were you?
週末の進行が早すぎたのが悪いんだよ。まあ、世界規模の混乱にたびたび巻き込まれるのも大魔王が背負うべき宿命だけど。
Currently tried then. She tried to hold back, but unfortunately, she definitely, you can see it coming out, her personality. Blame the apocalypse for coming so quickly. Then again, constantly getting dragged into world-scale turmoil, is the inescapable destiny of the great Dark Lord. Okay, Coralie. An error was made. Ah, you poor thing. Well, I know Helly is not going to speak for you right now, so, But an honor, Coralie. And the bright side here, you know nothing bad's going to actually happen to you, because Celia's not going to actually hurt you. So, at worst, you're just going to be scolded. But I get the scolding's what you don't want. Scolding, to be clear. Not scalding.
今回はちゃんと行動前に情報収集パートを挟んだよ。でなきゃセナに脅迫状を見せられた瞬間にナハラの巣に突撃してた。
So you see, this time we added an intel gathering phase before taking action. Otherwise, the second Senna showed us that kidnap note. We would have stormed Nahara's lair. Aha. Well, you didn't immediately go off, did you? So you came back. I'm glad they are coming back and are like taking on that they don't need to take on everything. That is a good mindset to have. Because they have been throwing themselves a bit too much into danger that makes me go, how did you live? Why were you not punished for this choice? Like, there were times I generally thought some would die, and they didn't. Which is fine. I'm glad they didn't. But death in a story doesn't make it a good story. Especially when it's just death all the time. Which I think miHoYo have done a really good job showing that it's good to keep the characters alive and show them what living is. Because that can be just as bad as dying, honestly. And honestly has more possibilities in it and more stuff that can happen. And can be very still emotional. So you see, this time we've added... Yeah.
やっぱり彼女たちはあなたの顔を見るたびに謝るんですね。ゼーレ、後輩の働き方改革なんて噂を真に受けない方がいいと思いますよ。
Finally coming in to save them. Just as I expected. Their first reaction was to apologize. Sele, you really shouldn't believe those rumors about young people rebelling in the workplace. Rebelling? And Sele listening to rumors? Oh no. Maybe she has gone too far.
少なくともこの反応を見る限り、コラリーとヘリアはちゃんと私の言葉を心に留めてくれてるじゃない。
What's the fist for, Sele? This reaction, it me shows, Coroni and Hania did take my words to heart. They definitely did. So did Einstein, and so did Bronya. So has basically everyone. I do like Sele being more assertive, though it is good.
天命で一番人気の医療隊の隊長から直々にお叱りを受けたら誰だって心に留めますよ。ですよね。
Sele is approaching. Who would dare to ignore those words after being lectured by Shixel's most popular medical chief? Kinda cool she is a medical chief, but it does make sense. I haven't forgotten that, to be clear. There was also another, like, medical chief back in, like, 500 years ago called Viola. The irony. I wonder if they were going to sing us a Viola originally. Oh well, we'll never know now.
だったら答えて。昨晩私が言った最後の言葉は何だった？
Fine. But what was the last thing I said to you last night? They're really making me want the new Surly. But I've already said I'm saving till I see another like part 2 suit or a new character. I don't want another. I want other characters to be playable. Sally is really cool and I love her character, but I want something else. Personally.
午前3時から11時まで寝るのも夜更かしだよ。それとも休止しても掲示板の投稿履歴を消してあげないよ。でも賞味期限を理由にしてティアナのカップ麺の処理を手伝っちゃダメって言われた記憶も。
Fitting theme. Reminds me of Sarah a bit. I think it is different. Was it sleeping from 3 AM to 11 AM still counts as staying up late? Don't worry, Bronya. I also go to bed at 3 AM at times. But it's more midnight and 1 now, so I'm a bit better in that way. Or was it, if you drop dead, so they won't ever help you wipe your Shixor form post history? Why are you bothered about that? But then again, I also vaguely recall, don't ever use the expiration date as an excuse to help Kian eat for her stash of instant noodles. So she's told you a lot of things, and you've probably still done them. That was a really, like... I like when we get character interactions like this. That was really good with the eye movement and everything.
心に留めるべき言葉が多すぎる場合、抜けてしまうこともありますが、仕方ないでしょう。
There are too many things to keep in mind. Occasional omissions are unavoidable. I don't think that's the answer Sally wanted to hear, Bronya. Man, comparing you to like chapter... Well, obviously it's your Waters manga, or... What was the earliest point we saw Sally outside of the Sir Quanta stuff that was still her, I guess? I guess it would have been... Oh my god, would it actually have been the Future Domination arc outside the Sir Quanta arc? I guess it would have still technically have been the Sir Quanta arc first. Yeah. Wow, the change. But still very much herself. And we saw obviously this change already kind of at 1.5. This is just showing it more. It's been nice to see her change over time, but still be herself.
Oyasumi. でしょ? 私にはレスをくれなかったのに、出前のグルチャで夜食は朝食です。異を唱える人は比較的健康でも最高につまらない人生を過ごしてますねって発言してたよね。
Have mercy, Surly. What I said was good night, but you didn't reply to me, and instead said in the cafeteria delivery group chat, midnight snacks should be eaten as breakfast. Those who disagree will live a relatively healthy but very boring life. Well, you dug a grave, Bronya. I can't say it was a good hill to die on. It sounds like I recall the exact thing. You're not going to try and tell me that you forgot something. She probably remembers the other stuff as well. I'm surprised she has a list.
あのグルチャにゼーレはいないはずなんですが、どうして？さてはロム線のメイ姉さんが告げ口を。
Betrayed by May-san. Surname, you are in the group chat. How do you know? May-san, you sneaky lurker. I assume Sele and May are in some sort of alliance to make sure there is no snacking for Kiana, and that Klein obviously runs hiding healthy snacks in the unhealthy snack-looking packaging. There's definitely some sort of alliance for the two of them, I think. Snack lore continues. We call it that, or honestly I'm calling it that, because that's literally what the topics contain. I love the look of also Helia and Corelli gave to each other. That was a nice little segment.
こういう話をしだすとキリがないから、また今度ね。
Friendly Sele's back, or at least more friendly Sele's back. Never mind, we can save the chit chat for later.
コラリ、ヘリア。私とブローニャはただ、あなたたちがシステムに戻る前に励ましたかっただけなの。
Unfortunately, you scared them from thinking you could be friendly. Corelli, Helia, Bronya, and I just wanted to give you some encouragement before you return to the system. So you still haven't been able to get... Why can't Sele get in? She's not connected to the Kakuna finality. I guess they need their medic here, though, to be honest. That's probably the reason.
あくまで私が反対してるのは自分の命を軽んじて危険に飛び込むことで危険に飛び込むっていう行為そのものじゃない。
I don't disapprove of taking risks itself, but I disapprove of disregarding your own safety to take risks. That's fair, yeah. Like we talked about in the past, don't just risk it and gamble everything. You need to look at the bigger picture. You need to come back in one piece. Winning a battle is not the same as winning the war. Yeah. I understand that logic. I'm not against that.
今回あなたたちはすごく頑張ってくれたでしょ。怯えず自分に無理を強いず事態の危険性を正確に判断してた。
I don't agree. They needed to talk to. Like, Helia was literally saying, like, I'll face Litos myself. It's like, what? And then she still won. Thanks to obviously other Helia's battlesuit and probably a bit of Helia as well. But I told you I have mixed feelings on that fight. I don't think Litos should have lost. I'm still not. I'm biased to Litos though. So yeah, story. You did really well this time. You were neither too cautious to act, nor did you push yourselves too hard. Your assessment of how dangerous the situation is extremely accurate.
励ましの言葉の次は予想通りでかつ聞き飽きてるでしょうが、何度でも強調しておきたい注意事項のお時間です。
Encouragement aside, I must reiterate a point that cannot be reiterated enough. And that point is?
フォードは最初のセクターですが、これが最後の戦いという覚悟を持った上で、慎重に行動してもらう必要があります。
Although Dethang is the first sector, everyone should still regard every fight as the last, and proceed with caution. Oh, definitely. Yeah, they don't do that, they're idiots.
あなたたちは昔とは比べ物にならないほど強くなりました。ですが、油断は禁物です。あのビタですら行方不明になってますから、夢追い人システムには未だに危険が潜んでるはずです。
Even if your league's stronger than your past selves, you must not let your guard down. The fact that even Vita has gone missing proves the Dreamseeker system is still fraught with danger. proves the dream seeker system is still fraught with danger. Oh no, you said the Vita again. What did you say on the honor ethic?
あなたたちは昔とは比べ物にならないほど強くなりました。ですが、油断は禁物です。あのビタですら行方不明になってますから、夢追い人システムには未だに危険が潜んでるはずです。
Yeah, Vita. Okay. Yeah, because the Layla stuff, but I guess they don't know what happened to it yet. Wait, no, Dreamseeker knows. But yeah, it's probably over day. I believe it's the Shadow of the World, so like I thought about.
私もそれが心配だったの。ビタさんの実力を。私はほとんどの人より理解してるから。
Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Vita's ability. I understand it better than most. Yeah, because you faced her. And she was borrowing authority from Sar, though, not from where she is now. She's even more powerful now.
安心して。私たちにはビタみたいな実力はないけど、明らかに戦力が及ばない相手に無鉄砲に挑む度胸なんてないから。レイラの縄張りで彼女を挑発した意図は未だにわからないけど、まあすっとはしたよ。
Yeah, because that's the thing. Vita is powerful, and this is the thing about the story. Like, this is Layla's death, the quantum computer and stuff, and like all the other stuff. Like, being a god of somewhere definitely probably gives you more power over others who enter. You've even seen that the quantum computer, you know, seems to have your inner desires kind of take form, like with Durandal, you know, becoming kind of like, you know, younger and weaker in some ways, and being less mature in some sense. You got, you know, Terry with the Sleepy Terry stuff. Like, it's interesting, but it does feel like it's a way to, like, weaken also people by using their maybe wishes or desires, or their inner, like, you know, their inner desires against them. Maybe. Again, they've done several wishes before, so we'll see. And some of that's theory, obviously, but from what the characters have said, and what Durandal specifically said, I have words to believe what I said. Relax, we don't have Vita's power nor the guts to act cocky, even when obviously outmatched. Even when obviously outmatched. I still don't get what she taunt Layla and Layla's turf, though it was definitely satisfying. I believe Vita's got her back up, hopefully.
とにかく安全第一。連盟のみんなもあなたたちのことをすごく気にかけてるから、これからもその調子で頑張ってね。
Oh, the Midnight Confessions music again. Anyway, safety first. Everyone at Shixel cares all about all of you very much, and we hope you can keep this up in your upcoming operations.
はい、分かってます、先輩。コラリーのことは私がちゃんと見張っておきますから。そういえば他の皆さんは。
Oh, I've got some questions we can ask. Good, we'll be asking those. I assume this is the player planting thoughts into the characters to try and make them ask stuff. Potentially. That's how I understand it. With what we learned in part 1. Or at least influencing the character. That's also what natural thoughts they could have. That's how Miss May is doing.
もしかしたらあなたたちも他の誰かからお持ちのことを聞いてるかもしれませんね。
Indeed, we have heard about rice cake before.
この間、あの子がムーンベースに現れたそうです。残念ながらメイ姉さんが駆けつけた時には姿を見つけられなかったんですけど。
Yeah, and they were saying time was running out and something about Kiana, but we didn't get more words. A little guy. It's and yeah, and then passed out because Vita was slightly interrogating. I love rice cake. A little guy appeared somewhere in the moon base. Unfortunately, by the time May arrived, it was already gone.
実はお餅が現れたのは ビタが勝手に動く前だったようなんです。両者が無関係だとは考えづらいでしょう。
There's definitely a connection between the two. Maybe Vita utilized Rice Cake because they sprout a wishing, similar to Vita. Considering how Rice Cake appeared right before Vita took unauthorized action, it's hard to deny a connection between the two.
ビタはお持ちから何らかの情報を得た可能性があります。だからきっとらしくなく大胆な行動に出たのでしょう。
Perhaps Vita intercepted intel from Rice Cake, which prompted her to take those bold actions that were completely out of character. Intercepted intel. Yeah, she gained there was a running out thing and she had to do something. Vita definitely acted within reason. She had to do what she did. But what she did, we don't know.
ここ数日、お餅を目覚めさせるためにメイ姉さんがずっと一人でいろいろと試してるんです。バカキ穴を起こすよりは成功率が高そうですから。
May has been trying to wake Rice Cake on her own these past few days. In any case, success rate is still higher than waking Idioka, Kiana. Obviously. How about Rita?
ゼーレ先輩、一つ気になることがあるんです。リタ先輩なんですが、最近私たちのこれまでの行動を特別に査定していませんでした？
Sally senpai, I'm curious about something. Has Miss Rita recently given any special opinion on our operations? I'm sure she's proud of you to some extent. You were her students. That was worrying. Don't know why I just did that. Stop. Right. I have to stop for a minute because it was like buffering. A serious evaluation? Then it shouldn't have anything to do with Corelli spilling the beans about me imitating Rita's style. Phew, I can finally get a good night's sleep.
リタさんはこう言ってたんだ。
This is what Rita said. No. Let's hear the evaluation, Sally.
真似されたことを私が気づいていないと思っているヘリアさんの姿はすごく可愛らしいのでしょうね。
Ah, Rita. Little Helia must have Must look so cute thinking. I don't know, she imitated my style. There's nothing wrong with imitating your teacher. It's fine. You were inspired. Kinda hard not to be inspired by, Agent Rosette, Rita Ross-Weiss. Don't worry about it, Helia.
驚愕、周知、それとほんのり嬉しそうな表情。ふむふむ、これはリタ先生の想像以上の可愛さだ。
Teasing, I see, Corelli. Teasing Helia. Shocked, embarrassed, yet a little secretly pleased. You're even cuter now. I'm sure she said Helia as well. Helia. I'm sure I heard Helia in this.
驚愕、周知、それとほんのり嬉しそうな表情。ふむふむ、これはリタ先生の想像以上の可愛さだ。
I said Rita Sensei. Where's that in your text? Oh. Ask how Overseer Farisa is doing.
相変わらずですよ。天命のことにもあなたたちのことにも心を砕いてます。最近はまた一つ心配事が増えたようですが。
Same as always. Just to worry about Shixel and you guys. But recently, she has one more thing to worry about.
アジタ博士が彼女の親友のことをちゃんと心配してるかどうかを心配してるみたいね。
Worrying about wherever Dr. Ajita is really worrying about her best friend. I mean, we all know you are partially, but I feel like there's something else here. If that's some super content again, I think it's about like Chapter 2, Part 2. Like, I remember the flashback between you and the Wool of Shadow and everything you said.
つまり、あなたが勤務時間を8分の3伸ばしたのは親友のためなんかじゃなくて、司教様にせかされたから仕方なくってこと？
So those extra 3/8 of your work hours weren't for your dear friend, but because the Overseer was rushing you. I see Farisa's tried to get a handle on Ajita.
それは言い過ぎよ。親友のためだもの。せかされなくても少なくとも16分の1くらいは延長したでしょうね。
Where's Bronya look annoyed? Not quite, my dear friend. Accounts for at least 1/16 of it. Trying to see what. And you guys. Okay, she's just annoyed by Ajita's comment because that's not what, like, anywhere near the worry that Farisa has.
ということは、親友より私はテレサのことを気にかけてるのかしら。テレサが私をせかしてるのは私よりもビタを気にしてるから。そして言うまでもなく、親友は私のことを一番に思ってる。
What? By that logic, it seems I care more about Overseer Farisa than my dear friend. And Overseer Farisa is rushing me because she cares more about Vita. As for my dear friend, naturally, she cares about me most. I'll tell you this now, she definitely doesn't. I'm just going on the stream and it's getting quite annoying. Is it like freezing? Is it struggling? What's going on? No, it's fine now. Yeah, whatever. Desktop feels fine. Very weird. Well, let's continue. It keeps freezing on the side in the preview for some reason. I'll check the VOD later and see if it actually was a thing, or if YouTube's just acting up. Ellie looks so beside herself and had to answer that. Let me... How does it play it again? Actually, before that. I press this. Okay, so you just repeat. Does the log play again? Oh, cool, it does. Double check.
してたよ。
真剣に
リタさん真似され驚愕周知それとほんの
相変わらずですよ。
アジタつまりそれはという
Makes sense. I have no more questions. Continue. Some time passes. After briefly planning their next steps, the two immediately relayed the information they received from Ajita to Dreamseeker, who was still inside the system. Yeah, makes sense. Relay everything.
了解だって。随分とシンプルだね。
Yeah, received. Okay.
りょじゃないだけマシでしょ。この程度の情報じゃあんまり役に立たなそうだし、向こうもそれ以上なんて返せばいいのかわからなかったのかもね。
At least it's not K. This info is of limited help at this stage, so it makes sense she didn't have much to say in return. K? Wait. Huh? I want my computer to stop doing things that are confusing with beeps and sounds that... I've not changed a thing when I've actually checked just now. Anyway.
彼女、また何かトラブルに巻き込まれてないといいんだけど。せめて私たちがシステムに戻るまではね。
I just hope she doesn't run into more trouble before we return to the system.
セナもいるし、しばらく大丈夫だと思うけど。それより。
I wouldn't say if sent her around, not more drastic things won't happen. We've sent her around. Nothing drastic should happen anytime soon, right? But I'm more curious about...
私たちが作ってあげた二人っきりの時間で彼女がセナと何を話してるのかそっちの方が気にならない
What's she talking to Senna about during this time alone time we've created for them? Ah yes, giving them time to have a good talk. Not sure, but we'll see.
全てを打ち明けた今あの神様は私たちにどんな導きを与えてくれるんだろう
After her previous excessive honesty, what guidance can this god possibly offer us now? Probably not a lot. Probably the last minute she has left before probably sacrificing herself or something happening to her. She did say she's basically out of time. Please load. What are your thoughts, Dream Seeker? You're worried about something. Well, Senna's back up. With question mark, though, even though she's clearly there. So that's gonna mean something.
セナ初めて会った時から言いたかったんだ。そのイヤリングすっごく素敵だね。あなたによく似合ってる。
I wonder if Layla in that thing we've seen before if Senna did get to see her like this. I assume she didn't. I've been meaning to say this since we first met. That earring is super pretty. It really suits you.
ありがとう。これはただのアクセサリーじゃないんだ。何度も危機を救ってくれた宝物で、元の持ち主に返しそびれちゃった落とし物でもあるの。
Yes, it is the astral ring you were given by Senna dear in a dream. Thanks. It's not an accessory. It's a treasure that has helped me through several crises. And a lost item I didn't have the chance to return to its rightful owner. You think it might help her now?
返しそびれちゃった？
Didn't have the chance. Hasn't come across you, so can't give it. Until probably now. I don't know if giving her the astral ring would do anything though. Is it to go on the other ear? Will it transform into something? But that almost makes it sound like you're questioning the fact that she did have a chance. So I don't know what you mean by that reaction.
どんな方法で返せばいいのかわからないっていうのもあるね。それに、その人と会うといつもそわそわしちゃうんだ。
I don't know how to return it. Besides, return it either. Besides, I got completely flustered every time I see that person.
そっか。でも私思うんだ。たとえ5秒後にはお互い無言になったとしても、あなたがイヤリングを渡した1秒目と相手が受け取った2秒目はどっちも幸せな気持ちになるんじゃないかなって。
Yeah, man. Okay. Believe me, even if you guys end up staring at each other in awkward silence 5 seconds later, you'll both be super happy the second you hand the earring over, and the second that person receives it. Huh? Go on.
そうだね。少なくとも持ち主に返せた安心感となくしたものが戻ってきた嬉しさは本物だよ。
True. At last the joy of returning something to its rightful owner and recovering what was lost is real. Yeah, you give something back to get back something you care about, maybe. Though I do get the feeling you're not gonna be able to return it. I like that the anti-entropy music's playing right now. The anti-entropy visual novel music. Well, actually, just any of the visual novel music, I mean. But yes, this also did play any anti-entropy visual novel music, actually. It's in the Durandal one as well, I think. And it's also been played in the game a few times. Very calming track, very tranquil.
どう？少しは落ち着いてきた？
So how's your mood now? How's your mood right now? Calmer? Could you maybe hear in her, like, desires or in her heart? You know, because the Alterathean thing as well.
おかしいな。それ、こっちのセリフのはずなんだけど。
Feel like I should be the one asking that. Yeah, to Senna, because the pain she's enduring is more than any sages, any heroes, anyone could experience. There must be some physical or taxing thing from trying to embrace finality. I think that is what they're referring to. So it's maybe being drained to some extent, as she is becoming probably one with the planet, potentially. At least in the virtual history. But you know what I mean. In the history that's happened. Also, it's going to be obviously to do with also pushing back the sea of data. The sea of data corruption.
セナ、どうして体のことをもっと早く教えてくれなかったの？知ってれば私。
Senna, why didn't you tell me about your condition sooner? If you had, I could have.
私だけを気にしてずっとそばにいて付きっきりで一歩も離れなかったのにとか？
So you could have focused all your attention on me and stayed glued to my side. As well as been there for you and helped you through the difficulty you were going through, but also, yes, as we can already tell, that wouldn't really do a lot. And you wouldn't want the time that's been paid for this to be wasted. Especially for your sake.
もし本当にそうだったらユウに言いつけちゃうよ。そうだ、あの子に繰り返し5回スピーチしてもらう刑に処してもいいかもね。
The flashbacks for Dreamseeker of the other Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're going to do that, you better watch out. I'll tell on you to little Yu-Yun and have her punish you by making you listen to her speeches 5 more times.
私以外にデータの海の侵食を受けられる人はいないの。人類にとっての津波がいつ起こるのか、私が予言できないのと同じようにね。
Yeah, the tsunami thing. 1.5 talked a bit about this, and I think foreshadowed some of this as well. As well as calling things like a sea of data, a sea of quanta, and so on. No one can endure the continuous corruption of the sea of data on my behalf, just as I can't predict when humanity's tsunami will strike. Yeah, or where it could strike. I'm guessing it affects all different points in, like, the virtual history that was in the quantum computer, potentially. different things that happen. Maybe other tsunami striking, causing disruption in the history or the data sets, corrupting it, causing anomalies, or even maybe causing some sort of will to kind of take over in that point, maybe? Or at least something like a silent will that is affecting things' essence and making them fit like the role of whatever the sea's trying to corrupt? I don't know though.
他人には任せられない。自分の手で克服するしかない難しい問題って誰にでもあるから。
Everyone has their own challenges to overcome. Challenges they can't pass off to someone else.
やっぱりこれまでも津波が発生してなかったわけじゃなくて、気づかれる前に沈められてただけなんだ。だからみんなは神様の不在の間に起きた変化をほとんど知らなかったんだね。
Sure enough. It's not that tsunamis haven't occurred before. Rather, they all subsided before being noticed. Yeah, that does seem to be the case right now. That's why the public's awareness of changes during the god's absence is so weak. Yeah, it's hidden in the shadows in a way. Again, it feels like the tsunami didn't happen this time to make it seem like potentially like it wasn't such a big deal, and to maybe even get Yun to like give up on all the other stuff like she was putting all her things down for. Tsunami feels more ominous. We'll see.
でも例えば今回みたいに荒波が神の呼吸を奪い去ってしまったら、人は自らの手で自分たちを救わないといけなくなる。
Yep, faith will only encage them, hence why you need the atheists. Once a tidal wave submerges the god's breath, like this time, the only ones who can save humanity, humans themselves, yep, civilization itself. I think that's what she did in the end, sacrifice herself and become kind of like, you know, the planet's heart in a way, and all wishes and probably imagination and creation and other things, and let civilization, you know, prosper without the god, and having pioneers to help guide it. A bit like Project Emberth Earth. Different though. Very different.
幸い、あなたたちのおかげで人は己の力を自身に証明し、神様よりも一歩前へと進めた。
Thankfully, with your help, humanity proved to itself what it's capable of, and managed to stay one step ahead of the god. Which god? You? Or the god something to do with the seer data? Or are you trying to say like again what you couldn't do, basically? And that's what you mean by it. It's not like a bad thing.
それってすごく素敵なことでしょ？たとえそのすぐ後に悪い出来事が起きても、そのことが意味するものは失われない。
I guess you're not. Are you like testing civilization in a way? And trying to see it, make sure it can step ahead of you? Before letting go? That seems to be what you're doing. From the way you're wording this. Reminds me a bit of Zhongli, Rex Lepus, and Genshin. That makes sense though. It makes sense, honestly, I've all said it is doing. It's a good thing, even if a bad thing follows right after. It won't diminish the worth of the good thing itself.
この前のあなたの涙を忘れられたら、悪いことも少しは受け入れられたかもね。
If I had already forgotten your tears from earlier, the bad news wouldn't be so terrible.
やっぱりほとんど時間が残ってないことを気にしてるんだ。
Yeah, was everything out of time thing for you, or was it for Kiana? Or was it for all people? So you, Vita, Kiana, and Senadia, maybe. Looks like you're still hung up on the whole running out of time thing.
セナディアに関することなら全部気にするよ。あなたが語ってくれた過去はもちろん、
まだ語られてない。あなたの未来もね。
Steve, very Layla still, but also very dream seeker. I care about everything concerning you, Senna dear. Not just the past you told me about. Not just the past you told me about. Also your future. Her future is to remain on the planet. Unless you have a solution that is better than probably that. Become the heart of Luoxing. Become the thing that basically protects her nation.
神はふさわしい時に愛する落星に別れを告げる。
The god will bid farewell to her beloved Luoxing at an appropriate time.
それは早すぎちゃダメなの。一番加護が必要な時に投げ出された文明はすぐ滅んじゃうかもしれないから。でも遅すぎてもダメ。じゃなきゃ前に進めるはずの文明が神様に依存して怠けちゃうかもしれないでしょ。
It can't come too quickly. Civilization could be easily destroyed. Right when it needs the most care. But it can't come too slowly either. Otherwise, civilization that could be taking strides forward will grow lazy from being dependent. I still agree with what Nahara's saying. You probably shouldn't be doing what you're doing at this point. But I want to hear more what you're saying. I get it, but I want to hear a bit more on the... Like, you're postponing stuff, but at the same time, you are protecting them, but... If a big disaster happens that you can't even stop, then it still gets destroyed, so... It feels like a waiting game, a bit, and you're trying to hold out as long as possible.
その訪れがみんなにとって安心できるものであってほしいな。そうすればきっと干渉も自然と舞台裏に隠れてくれるはずだよ。
I hope its arrival is comforting enough. That way the sadness will naturally fade into the background.
ただ悔しいのはあなたを前にすると私は一粒の涙さえ隠せないみたい。
You need to hide and put a mask on. Seraphia made that clear. And you doing that doesn't really help anyone other than give a false sense of security for your civilization. It helps in some ways, but in other ways it doesn't. Too bad I couldn't seem to hide even a single tear from you. I mean, what you're going through is quite painful, so I think it's okay to cry. I think it's okay to cry anyway.
セナ。
Senna. At her call, the god was still that little princess, who burst into tears the moment a yo-yo hit her on the head. Growing up had wiped away her tears time and time again. But her well of emotions had never run dry.
私が眠ってる間、みんなは本当にホードの面倒をよく見てくれてた。目が覚めた時、神様の私が今のために何ができるのかわからなくなるくらいにね。
Wait, there was also a flood in... There's also a flood in Genshin actually during the Archon quest. Ah, that's ironic. Yeah, miHoYo like their floods and gods. Interesting. That's so far back as well. When I was asleep, everyone took such good care of D-Thing. So much so, that when I first woke up, I wasn't even sure what a god like me could still do for the present.
だからセナは未来を考えることにしたんだ。
So you started thinking about the future instead, Senna? Yeah, the Mirai, the future. Yeah, that makes sense. Seeing the potential futures and what could be coming up, how to prepare against it.
正確に言うなら、不完全な終焉の剣道を手に入れた時から、すでに考え始めてたの。
It keeps calling it the incomplete authority to look to here. Interesting. Okay. Rather, I started thinking about that when I obtained the incomplete authority of finality. Yeah, it's incomplete, because you failed the embrace. Mostly.
スペースアンカーは、その考えを具現化する第一歩だった。それは私が落星に授けた最初の都市の象徴っていうだけじゃない。侵食を解消するために稼働し続ける造物でもある。
The beacons, right? Assumed from the Stardust Terrasex of Laquidar's civilization. The deep space anchor is the first step in realizing those thoughts. It's not just a symbol I gave to Luoxing's first city, but also a creation that constantly works to neutralize the corruption of the sea of data, right?
それが、私が侵食で倒れた時に、みんなが対応するための時間を稼いでくれた。そして、終末へのカウントダウンは、このかつてない大きな津波を前に、スペースアンカーの限界を予言するためのものでもあった。
And I collapsed under the burden of the corruption. It was what brought everyone time to react. Okay, I'm glad you're giving a reason why you doing what you did helped. The Doomsday Countdown also predicted how long it could hold out against the tsunami of unprecedented scale. Yeah, but I feel there's a consequence for looking into the future too much like this. Because if something then happens that wasn't in the future you saw, they'll be even less prepared for it, and even more set in a way of doing it. So, seeing the potential future has its cost. I feel like there's some other cost as well that actually is you like draining your time. Like every time you do it, maybe you're lowering your lifespan. Or crushing the possibilities of your life. Making think of the anti-entropy visual novel now of Edison, who also did something a bit similar with the interferometer, and crushed the many possibilities of her life.
もしあなたたちが来てくれなかったら、レイラと一緒に植えたばかりのこの苗木も、ここに存在していなかったのかもね。
If it weren't for you, this sapling I just planted little Layla wouldn't be here today. Now you are getting your wish of getting to be by Layla a bit more. And be by your civilization more than you probably could in the past. Maybe. Well, yeah, because the rift would have happened by now. The disaster would have happened. So it did stop that, but I feel like if he's postponing, you're just making the bigger thing become even more terrifying, more unpredictable, harder to stop. And also, once your life is spent, you won't be able to do this anymore. And you won't be able to give to the planet, potentially. Unless you can, still. I'm unsure on that.
たとえ自分の命が尽きても、一つの森を茂らせることさえできれば、いつか自然と外へと広がってくれるって思ってた。でも今考えると、それは自分の手足を縛り、文明が芽吹く可能性を一箇所にかけることでもあった。
I used to think that even if I burn myself out, as long as I made one forest grow lush enough, it would naturally proliferate outwards someday. Now I see that would only be tying my own hands, as I placed all hope for civilization's emergence on one place. Yes, you want to spread further out and have more possibilities.
海に文明の集まるところを真っ先に狙う知性があるかどうかはわからないけど、いずれにしても種を大地にまんべんなく撒いてたら、文明が根こそぎ刈り取られてしまうような悲劇は避けられたのに。
That silent will theory is adding up. Wherever or not the sea possesses the sentience, to direct its corruption toward places where civilizations gather. Sowing seeds across the land can prevent the tragedy of civilizations becoming overly concentrated and being uprooted together. Yes, you are trying to make it grow in different areas, so that the sea has more things it has to potentially go after, or might naturally react to. I think the sea is just doing what the Sea of Data does. You know, like the Sea of Quanta might do, but in this case, Sea of Data. I think it's just following kind of a silent will. It's following its nature. It's following certain, like, criteria. But now you're talking about, like... The way you're talking right now, ironically enough, is the way Otto talked about Honkai, you know, and how it tested, you know, civilization and so on, and which we... There's sort of a truth to that, but not in the exact same way, and it was more the cocoon, and it still wasn't necessarily testing civilization in that sense. It was trying to reach successful embrace. I feel like the sea is just gonna obviously be making sure probably before worlds probably fade into obscurity, or again, it's not like any malice, it's more just the natural order in the Sea of Quanta with the, you know, with the Sea of Data and the Sea of Data corruption. There could be a will, though, and I believe that will could be, if it's not a silent will, it then could be like the will of Shadow, or, you know, the Shadow's rule, and some sort of, like, thing inside that is influencing or affecting the sea. It's still not clear, though. That's what the silent will theory, to be clear, is talking about, like, when Sa did what they did, they became more alike the Sea of Quanta. They became more like the sea. They submerged themselves in it, for one. They became, you know, the wishes thing, the diluting themselves and everything. They became, and yeah, and also, like, destroying, you know, the bubble, well, not destroying, but yeah, annihilating the bubble worlds and then kind of rebirthing them or reusing them, cycling them to, you know, gain energy to obviously do what they were trying to do. But all of that nature and stuff with that is, again, it's very like the Sea of Quanta if you think about it, with the worlds disintegrating or dissipating the bubble worlds, you know, sinking to the bottom and everything. It is interesting though how they're speaking about here. The sea may or may not have sentience. And talking about directing its corruption. Because it feels like there's something there. But yeah, it could just be maybe civilization is just usurped by the sea, maybe. I'm not saying humanity in this sense, I'm just speaking in the sense of any sort of maybe life or civilization that's still thriving and hasn't, maybe the natural order, in theory, you know, maybe it just will then dedicate on making it sink. I feel like there's more to it. Toward places where civilizations gather, sowing seeds across the land can prevent the tragedy of civilizations becoming overly concentrated. Yeah, there's the threshold. And this reminds me of the Sky People stuff in the manga, talking about like, and you know Honkai levels correlate to like how far like a civilization basically is and stuff. Well, something along those lines, where Darko speaks about it. It's not really gone into, and we know that obviously Honkai does, like an entropy, it does build up with civilization and technology's progress. We know that's a thing. But there's no necessary malice, it's more just a part of its nature. Go on, I want to hear you. Anything else saying this? Uprooted together as well, yeah, like pruned, uprooted. I like the metaphor, like language they're using, and also like things that fit very much with the law.
今こそがこの実を礎にしてアンカーを作って種をまくのに一番いい時なの。それを後回しにすればするほど私が未来に持っていける力もどんどん減っちゃう。
You know there's an anchor of apocalypse in each bubble world. Now is the perfect time to use myself as a cornerstone to create and scatter anchors. It's like the anchor apocalypse in bubble worlds kind of function a bit like ether anchors. And they kind of do stabilize that bubble world. I don't know where the constellation stuff went about sheltering the bubble worlds, the 12 constellations, or the something got constellations sheltering them. Don't know where that went. I assume it's something to do with Senadia again. They haven't really talked about it other than the star chart, which wasn't really that, that's something else. As far as I'm aware. So you're gonna use yourself as a cornerstone. You can't say Project Sigma so much, some other stuff and wording. To scatter anchors. Yeah, like a scattering of stars in a way. Scattering, yeah, yourself. Yeah, I assume the different bubble worlds. Because right now only D-Thing exists, right? At least right now. Unless you're referring to sending it to different points. Like in time? Now is the perfect time to use myself as a cornerstone to create and scatter anchors. The longer I wait, the less power I'll be able to bring to the future. In the god's words, you heard unquestionable resolve. Are you yourself within those anchors, or just like your essence is part of them? Like a god's gift? By combining this with the information Corelli and Heli obtained from Agita, a very simple truth revealed itself. What truth is?
たとえ私たちがフォードの津波を阻止できたとしても、セナはきっと本当の歴史の彼女と全く同じ行動に出るんだろうね。
Even if we stop the tsunami in D-Thang, Senna will still act exactly as she did in real history. You'll have to oppose God if you want that not to happen. But you'd have to give a very good reason to why you're doing that. Hmm.
だって彼女の未来は遥か昔からとっくに決まってた。
That's her wish after all. That's her choice. Ooh, we're getting symbolic here. Just like we did for like other arcs as well. Because her future was already decided in the past. There's like a bit of a flip of Otto here and the differences. I mean, he did travel in a way to the past, but... and more wedging No, it's just similar, I guess. It's still different though, because this is more like if it was the future, you know. Well, I guess, but it technically isn't, because that future is already the past, because it's already happened. And now she's just fulfilling that. But obviously this is different, you know, there's different like timeline in terms of like, again, the quantum computer, to be clear, don't think normal timeline stuff. I'm just explaining it in terms of how it works in the quantum computer. Yeah, and this time slice, because there's a slight deviation. She is going to do what she's probably seen for the future, to scatter the anchors, which still means giving up herself in the past to help the future. Similar way, of course, what Otto did, also giving up himself in the present, and then giving a future to a different Cullen. In the world, obviously, you know, he ended up going to in the end, going back to, and was so pulling back, you know, grafting a branch, and then, you know, the wedge of the world and his choice, you know, being, you know, there and everything. Again, I'd have to read the exact quote. I know what I'm referring to. But yeah, we've seen that type of thing. But this is a bit different, because this is more like the past than because the future. But it's still also past, future. They're very like, it's not technically her future, but it also is, I guess, yeah. So future was already decided in the past.
そういえば、未来の人たちがアンカーをどんな風に見てるのか少し気になってるんだ。教えて。
So you are speaking about the anchor then? So you meant to say anchor the apocalypse then? You didn't mean the beacons? Maybe those are the beacons then, the different anchor of apocalypses. Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm pretty curious. How people in the future see the anchor? Can you tell me? They see it as a gift from the stars, which I guess wouldn't be too far from the truth, even if they don't know all the stuff with you, which is ironic. They also see it, you know, I see it as a tombstone, because I saw it literally on top of Luoxing when Coralie and Helia went there, so it's a bit like a tombstone. And then some of the readables talk about terrible anchors tearing through reality. So that makes them sound quite disastrous, if you ask me. I guess they did have something to do with potentially with finality then, but it's just an incomplete authority of finality, potentially. Again, theory stuff. But obviously also thinking back at like some of the stuff we've read.
あれのことを未来のみんなは週末のアンカーって呼んでるよ。
Fitting name as well, because it's to try and stop the apocalypse, not just is part of it in a way. It's not so much part of it. That was a bit of a red herring, because it felt like in the past it might be causing it. I mean, maybe there is still some truth to that. Maybe it is still causing it. But the first trailer of part 2 kind of made it feel like it could be, as well as like a beacon. But now, I'm not too sure. People in the future got the anchor of the apocalypse. Okay, good. Like, this makes more sense now. You're just making beacons. It confused me. Yeah, that's how they're going to end up each in the bubble worlds then, because of what Senna does. That makes sense again with the dance and everything. Chapter 1, Part 2.
世界の泡の安定を保ててるのは週末のアンカーが支えてくれてるからって大半の人がそう信じてる。でも地獄の大魔王が人間界を監視するための宝具なんだとか宇宙人が残した遺跡だとかそう考える者もいる。
Still wonder if there's some truth to that. And if later then would be the Dark But the aliens, that's ironic. The mainstream view is that the anchor of the apocalypse provides crucial support for the bubble world's stability. But many still think it's a magical artifact. used by the Dark Lord in Hell to monitor the human world, or a ruin left by aliens. There's some truth to all of those, mainly the last one. Again, the readable. I read those readables so many times, they're in my brain. Not word for word, but I have all the screenshots as well.
真実は落星の最初の神様が送ってくれたプレゼントだったなんて誰も想像してなかったよ。
They do call it a gift of the stars, though. Along with also what Litos said, which means you probably would know where it came from. Now that makes sense why you thought that way actually as well, and the deception and some others. I need to read that line now, that probably has a lot more meaning to it. Not sing about torture and a gateway. Maybe he was speaking about like maybe Senade's pain. Some other stuff down that chapter as well it could be referring to. No one knows that such a gift came from the very first god of Luoxing.
そうなんだね。
I mean, they're not going to, because a creator god is going to becomes forgotten by their people. I'm pretty sure the way it works is, if we look at the pieces here logically, is when you become a creator god, and then the creator's core or the rule with it maybe, you become forgotten. All your creations forget you. Anything to do with you is forgotten, including your name. Like, that seems to be how it works, so I assume once they become one with the planet, that's when it happens. That's when kind of like, either some higher power or some sort of rule with Creator Core happens here, and everyone forgets you. Which also would make sense a little, because it probably switched to the Cocoon of Finality, because in the Cocoon of Finality space that transcends, you know, space and time, as we've seen, if you've not been embraced by the Cocoon of Finality, anything there, cognition, memory, and so on, is forgotten. Because anything above your, I think it said time dimension, or your dimension, is not retained, basically. But that would now make sense now for the forgetting thing a bit more, if we apply the Cocoon of Finality logic to it. Maybe Star didn't have a choice in being forgotten. Maybe. Oh, I'm pretty sure Sar didn't seem too bothered about that like we did see. They didn't want to live alongside their people. They wanted to become the god and give Purusha new life, basically, a continuation. They wanted to preserve that, its legacy, and everything. Become an arbiter that holds everything, basically. And protects and makes the perfect civilization. Fortunately, such a standard was a bit too high.
時間ってすっごく手厳しいな。まあみんなの言うことも間違ってはいないけど、だってあれを残したのはもともと異星の。
It was the closest truth that they were allowed to get from the heavens, you could say. Time sure is a strict friend. Finality, whether you say time there, maybe. But the people are right. It was left by aliens. Everything just becomes aliens.
私の先生が言ってたんだ。不安を感じたときは自分の手のひらを抱きしめなさいって。ほら、こんな風に。
My professor said if you feel anxious, you can give yourself a palm-sized hug, like this. A hug, you say, an embrace. They really do like their embrace and finality and all these other like metaphors to this topic. I like it a lot, to be clear. I'm not mocking it. Sorry about that. Right. Right, as I was saying. God's hand was slightly cold, in stark contrast to the radiant impression she gave. She's literally losing life. She's losing life. He's dissipating, basically. There isn't any other way to really put it. This is such a good chapter. Fortunately, both you and little Layla's hands were very warm. Brought up them both. Interesting. You have a great teacher. You taught the god how to embrace herself. As for the hands that would no longer let go, they were the embrace you wanted to give her. It's quite cruel in a way, because she's still not been able to really embrace in that sense. And, well, no, more in the sense of its finality. I'm sure anything to do with like, the idea of an embrace, even if not in the same sense, must be a bit cruel. But it also must be quite a relief, I guess. You can at least reach this goal.
落星は私の第二の故郷なの。そしてホードの民は私が手塩にかけて育てた子供たち。
Boxing is my second home. Full of Dethang, are the children I raised all by myself.
それでも軽々しく母を名乗ったことは一度もなかった。だって彼ら一人一人に自分を本当の意味で育ててくれた家庭があるから。
Yeah, I've never presumptuously called myself their mother. After all, each of them had their own family that raised them. True.
でもあなたは違う。あなたは私のたった一つのエゴ。
You're different. You're my only selfish desire.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、本当は初めて目が合った時からあなたの正体に気づいてたの。
You might not believe this, but the first time our eyes met, I knew who you were. The dream seeker you wished for that would awaken, and that they'd be partly Layla but also not Layla because they're also still themselves. But that's not to mean that Layla isn't still a part of them.
信じるよ。
I believe you. I'd like to hear more her explanation, please.
だからこそ、
I guess I need to
せっかくの
explain.
きらめきの時間をかすませて、私たちの重荷にはしたくなかった。その時間は同年代の友達みたいにあなたと過ごす物語を紡ぐものにしたかったの。
It's exactly why I don't want to lose time. I don't want time to lose its sparkle and become a burden between us. I want it to create a story of us being together, like anyone else our age. How are you going to make that work if you don't really exist in the same sense? That's exactly why I don't want time to lose its sparkle and become a burden between us. I want it to create a story of us being together, just like anyone else our age. Okay.
たとえその物語がまだ始まりに過ぎなくても、たとえあなたの旅の中ではたった一章に過ぎなかったとしても。
Even if it's only starting now, even if it's only a short chapter in your journal. Yeah, she's not making out of this. Poor Senna. But she made the choice that she wants to, and not even just wants to, but kind of has to. It's just the duty she has as being a creator god. It's the duty she has of being the god of the waxing. It's the duty she has to her people, just as her father did for his people. And Laquadar. Harsh, though.
だから、お願い。今回だけは。出会った時に苦しさを隠して、週末がまた訪れた時にやっと悲しみを打ち明けた私を許して。
I'm just glad your mask is partly off and we get to see you emotionally feel more. So this once, please, forgive me, hiding my pain. When we first met, and for me confessing my sorrow, when the apocalypse came once more. Your duty was important. Everyone understands, I hope. I do feel for her. Yeah, Dream. She's still smiling though and waving. I'm sure she's sobbing some tears. Or she hasn't got any to cry right now. Obviously, she still detected the accusatory undertone in your words, and did her utmost to provide you with a sufficiently sincere reason. Yet the one who should be asking for forgiveness is clearly you. The only one who had failed to change the god's future. From like Layla's perspective. Why are you having these thoughts? Why are you blaming yourself? I guess it is a truth that you have failed in that sense, but I mean, you can't really make the god not do what she was gonna do. It's kind of impossible. Unless you go completely against her wishes.
セナ、私的に言わせてもらえば、それはごめんなさいじゃなくて、すごいでしょって言うべき決断だよ。
Senna, to me, this is a decision that deserves praise, not an apology.
本当に立派に育ったね。私のレイラ。
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, they've already been kind of saying it's, you know, just later in Dreamseeker, but that adds a bit more to it. Yeah, fair enough. You've really grown up, my Layla. You can see how I said about being greedy and wishing, and you hope to spend even just a bit of time with Layla and you who can be around the same age, who can spend time together, who can share good moments together. Plus everything else you thought about. Does that make Dreamseeker a sprout of wishing? I think so. Potentially. Yo, Layla. Indeed. What does the other Layla have to say about this? And then the other one? There's technically 3 at this point. Because you have Layla being the Dreamseeker, you have Layla in D-Thing, and you have Layla in the quantum computer. It would be more like the present Layla. If you still... yeah. Yeah. And then you technically have every other Dreamseeker who'd probably be awakened and became Layla, and then followed that cycle till now. But potentially this Dreamseeker. Potentially. In theory. Unless Layla lied about that, and that isn't a thing. But it would be a really hard thing for me to swallow after how much effort they put in with it. But it's possible. But I don't see why Layla would have lied about it. Especially in this case now with this. You still become Layla in a way, just in a different way again. Again, different possibilities of Layla. Variants. Other versions. You're... Layla. No, there's nothing strange about it. It's completely fine. What's so strange about... similar reactions, different reasons? I see you there, miHoYo. Similar but different. There's kind of a flip between, like, you know, Sar and Vita. But in the other case, like, Vita just was, like, you know, despised by Sar. Not saying Sar didn't care, obviously. There was other things to it, but they definitely didn't like them in the same way Senadia seems to care about this Layla here. And then... and they archie them both sprouts of wishing. Interesting. Makes sense, so they kind of already teased, like in Pre-X and Chapter 4, like, and other points, like the... like, Dreamseeker and Vita are very similar. And then you had Layla, of course, who actually acted a bit similar to Sar and basically told Dreamseeker to give up everything, to give up herself, to try and get Senadia back, because that's all that matters. Very interesting, though. The story's really good for this. But again, I wouldn't be thinking the way I'm thinking without having Part 1.5 and Part 1, and so on. It's needed all these foundations to get to this point. Had other examples of something literally very opposite, but still very similar. Had a creator god that had a different approach. And had a proxy, who also had a different approach. And a character, who also is different to how, like, Vita is as well. It's so well done. So different. But still, there's those in-between nuances between it all that I'm really liking about this chapter. Similar reactions, different reasons. He was debating if this term of address was appropriate for an adult. Whereas you were debating if it was fitting for a Dreamseeker. Fair to question. You don't have to accept that name. She was debating if this term of address was appropriate for an adult. Whereas you were debating if it was fitting for a Dreamseeker. Oh, I see. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, you're the adult, and then you're she's debating if it was appropriate for you, and then you're debating if it was fitting for a Dreamseeker in the end. Okay, cool. We got there in the end.
やっぱり今まで通り夢追い人って呼ぶことにするよ。あなたの選んだ名前だしね。それに レイラを連れ戻した時にどっちがどっちか混乱しないで済むから。
I appreciate Sena's not forcing it on her. Yeah, and how Vita took Sar's, like, original name. But in this case, Dreamseeker's never taken Layla, really. She's more just, you know, Dreamseeker. Entropy, so on. The default name. Fate. But yeah, Dreamseeker is the name. I think I'll just stick with calling you Dreamseeker. After all, it's the name you chose for yourself. Plus, that way, when we bring little Layla back, we won't get the big one and the little one mixed up. She understands the difference between the two Laylas. Good. That must be hard for Senna, though. I'm sure she really did want you to take that name. You might still take it. You nod in understanding. This was the first time you hadn't felt any resistance to others calling you Layla.
それでナハラの発言についてだけど、セナはどう考えてるの？
So what do you think of the declaration Nahara left behind? Senna? Probably telling Senna she should do something, otherwise... Maybe Nahara's trying to stop Senna from doing what she's about to do. Only way to do that is take her, Layla. Possible.
ナナがレイラに危害を加えることは絶対にないよ。彼女はただあなたたちを、もっと具体的に言えばあなたを気にしてるの。私が真っ先にみんなに連絡を入れたのもそれが理由だよ。
But we know Nahara is suspicious of all the others because it seems they have caused the destruction potentially of Volkswagen. I want there to be truth to that. Nana would never lay a hand on little Layla. What she really cares about is you guys, or more specifically, you. That's also why I contacted everyone first.
セナの話から考えると、今も音を立ててる週末へのカウントダウンは私のために動いてるの？
According to Senna, it's the Doomsday Countdown that's still ticking away, ticking just for me. Is it the day you become Layla? The day you become a god?
確かに、夢追いの旅を順調に進めるには、夢追い人が必要不可欠だ。私の命が尽きたら、セクターも再起動することになってしまう。ホードにとってそれは世界の終焉みたいなもの。
Really have felt on some of the storytelling. There's some parallels to GGZ. Just in terms of theme and storytelling, to be clear. Especially the god thing. But replace God, you know, with Hersher. True. The dream-seeking journey can't proceed smoothly without a dream-seeker. Once my life ends, the sector will restart. Okay, that gives more info on that, so that still is the thing. Yeah, because the cycles, the samsara. The D thing, that would certainly count as the end of the world. In this time slice, yes. Unless it just generally is, then you have failed D thing, and then yeah, there is no restart, there is no reset. That's quite terrifying if that is the case. But considering the stuff with Langshaw, I don't see why it would. Unless if a save data corruption thing is enough, it just corrupts all the data and removes something from history. Or more so removes it from the quantum computer.
戦いで信頼できる相手かどうかを判断する。それは竜の一族が重んじる運命の掟の一つなの。ただナナの性格から考えると、今あなたたちを試そうとしてる理由がそれだけとは思えない。
Judging if someone is reliable enough for a fight is one of the laws of destiny, revered by the dragon scions. I assuming long scions in that case, because the translation or the other stuff did seem to be saying it's more like long scions or, you know, so on scions, not dragonkin. Scions are permanents, you know, so on. It still is that, not a bit of horror, but it doesn't matter. I do remember reading something on it though. And yes, it was before this chapter, don't you worry. It was literally when the thing came up with Nahara being a scion of permanents. It was in chapter 9 of part 2. It wasn't supposed to be Dragonkin in translation or localization, not sure. No, I'm not blaming the translation team or the localization team. I'm just saying what the CN said through other discussions. Judging if someone is reliable for a fight, so like with Coralie, yeah, is one of the laws of destiny, revered by the dragon scions. But knowing Nana, I don't think that's the reason she's testing you right now. Yeah, she's seen you probably be the disaster that potentially befalls Luoxang. Potentially for what you're doing now. Or becoming maybe Lola. We'll see.
Nana は根っからの怠け者で、私の世話をするだけでもかなりの気力を使うはず。
Nana's lazy by nature. Taking care of me has already taken a lot out of her. Telling her now she's definitely in the right of mind. She's just seen something that's terrifying and doesn't want to, you know, doesn't want it to happen. After all you've given up, and all they've all given up. You know, what Litost has done, what Synadia has done, what Nahara has done, what Layla's also done, like the entirety of the, you know, also the 22 of her companions that travel with them have done, what Laquadar went through. I can see why Nahara is taking it very seriously and has kidnapped Layla as a last resort. And also doesn't want Senna to appear because that would cause problems as well. She's trying to stop that. Maybe she's even trying to stop Senna from doing something and trying to stop her from doing what she's gonna do. Nana's lazy by nature. Taking care of me has already taken a lot out of her.
なのに、勝利の余韻っていう名目で数年間休もうとしないで、まるで竜が変わったみたいに急いでレイラを連れ去った。さらに、あなたたちに戦いを挑むなんて、どう考えても変だよ。
I appreciate Sennadir because they're good friends, obviously, and in a way, like, not family, but you know what I mean. They've known each other a very long time. I assume, you know, being very best friends and being understanding, I assume she's like, there must be a good reason, and there probably is. But there could also be anomalies, potentially, of maybe the save data corruption. Maybe even it showed Nana something that wasn't actually the case. Remember the dream? The Will of Shadow and stuff that Litos saw? And then what he acted on? Seeing that? Somewhere the Shadow is pulling the strings. Or something else is... There is some external influences to do with either the Shadows or something else to the save data. But instead of taking a few years to rest, enjoy her victory, she's acting like a totally different dragon. She took little Layla away in a rush and insisted on fighting you guys. It's just too weird.
セナでもナハラの真意が読めないんだね。
To think even you can't figure out Nahara's reasoning, Senna.
あの子のことを忘れてない？真意に関しては、あの子の目をごまかせる人はいないよ。
But don't forget about that kid. Speaking of reasoning, no one can hide a thing from her. Mm. Where to next? Mm.
まさかフォード大図書館の初の一般開放がこんな形で実現するとはね。
And unfortunately, on that note, it's 21 past 1 in the morning, so we're gonna have to end it here. Don't mean to cliffhanger you, but we don't really. I really need to go to bed. I should be streaming tomorrow, probably a few hours earlier. But yeah, I'm gonna end it here for today. Enjoyed the stream, please leave a like, please subscribe. Comment down below what you've enjoyed about this chapter so far, or part 2 in general, as long as it's not further than this. And yeah, what you like about Honkai Impact or miHoYo games. Discord link is also down below if you'd like to join the community. And with that, this is Glyphic Mirror, signing out. See you guys all next time. Bye, guys.